Hello. 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 I'm muted. We're gonna unmute and move on over to the just chatting section. I think people are gonna be
Hello,
surprised.
everyone.
Hello.
It's a flat Grant today.
It is. I forgot my drink.
You think he's only 2D? Grant, turn around. Stone sounds as it just slowly turns.
You know, it would be really hilarious if I just at the ready had like a, have you ever seen, I'm trying to remember, there was a cartoon where everyone was like flat. I think it was Horrible Histories way back when. But
Oh,
like,
yeah,
it
yeah,
literally
yeah.
was just 2D. So when you see them rotate, it's like a piece of paper.
Yeah, I used to love that old version of Horrible History.
Everyone talks about Horrible Histories, but they talk about like the modern one, and I'm like, nah, fake fans. Real Horrible Histories fans remember the time when it was like paper cartoon. Like,
Exactly, when it was like similar style to South Park, but it was actually really good.
yeah. Where are we this time? Horrible Histories. And then it's like they just running through like all these different scenes, and it's just like, wow, Horrible Histories.
Excuse you, what is this? I can't steal the shirt. I need the shirt for my whole. Haha, you can't steal Grant's shirt.
Oh yeah,
today.
that's right. Because I'm a PNG tuber, like just a really lo-fi PNG tuber, there is no shirt stealing because, like, to put into context, there's like 4 frames to do this, like the whole like me talking, me not talking, and then a blink for each of them.
God damn it, Artemis!
But yeah, what's more is Artemis shouldn't be like, 100% into the stream, because I'm fairly sure she told me in confidence that she needs your soothing tones to help, give her that ADHD focus to clean something.
No. Hi, Freckles. How
Hi,
you doing?
Freckles.
You couldn't steal my shirt today, Freckles. I'm sorry.
Yeah, my girlfriend stole it already. So, if I can't
steal Grants, I'm gonna steal codes. God damn it!
Yep, no, I figured that's how that was gonna happen. I'm gonna do a shout out for Freckles as well. Interesting that it doesn't catch any of my peeps, like first time chatters, if they're over on your side. But yeah,
a lot of games. Ooh, there's a Titan Quest 2 update today.
Another one?
Yeah, it's probably just okay, just a hot fix, because the Wildlands update's now on.
Okay. But yeah, if you're wondering why I'm 2D, it's because like I slept on my side last night like all night, which wasn't good for my back, and I thought, it's only a bit bad. I'm sure like I'll move around, I'll get in the shower, it will all go away. Lo and behold, in like after an hour, I was sitting on my couch just casually, and then my back just decided to like freeze. Like it like the muscles in the upper trapeze just decided to stiffen real hard, and I was just like, oh no, bro.
Oh no, bro. Hi, Mystic. How you doing? What's happening? We are gonna play some Diablo 2 in a moment. We're talking about our start to our days.
Yeah, the start to our days, start of our Sunday. So while it is Saturday for some of the North American peeps and what have you, it is already Sunday for us.
Yeah.
Oh, mine did that at work. It was painful. God damn it. Maybe what happened is that you had all that pain Friday, Artemis, and then you came over Saturday. We hugged, we cuddled, and what you did is you did some weird snap magic. You did some snow leopard magic where you're just like,
transfer the pain over to the ground.
Ooh, this himbo can handle the muscle spasms. Ooh.
You're watching Naruto? Which Naruto are you watching?
Also, hi there.
Are you watching Naruto, Boruto, the Naruto movies? Naruto Shippuden,
Real fans know that there's only one Naruto, and that's the
Naruto how's
manga.
That better?
Oh, wow.
I had my gain turned down.
Okay. That's a huge difference.
Yeah, I had the gain turned down. OG. Okay. OG Naruto.
OG's good. So,
OG is good.
I remember.
Yeah, I have it turned down because sometimes, like, if things are going on out in the other room, it's like gets a bit loud, so I've had to turn down a little bit.
Nah, fair enough. I remember, like, I've seen anime before Naruto. Like, I've seen Pokemon, I've seen Digimon, I seen Princess Mononoke without fully understanding what all that was. I was also scared of Princess Mononoke when I first saw it, but I was like a child then.
Understandable.
But yeah, like the first anime that I was like, oh yeah, this is an anime, was Naruto. And it was like, we were traveling or something like that, and it was like just on Cartoon Network. And you know that time where it was like Naruto and Sasuke are going to like some village to help build a bridge or something? And there was like a ninja with a mask.
Oh, yeah. That's like first season.
Yeah, first season stuff. Like, so I saw that. And it's like I was like, oh my god, this is so cool. I wonder, like, because at first I thought, oh yeah, Naruto's only ability was the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Like that was his whole shtick as a ninja. Meanwhile, Sasuke's was only like the one fire. But like I thought each ninja only had one ability or something like that. I didn't think it was like a full-on class. And Naruto was just being, you know, a shitter, where it's just like Harry Potter, where it's just like, I can learn 1,000 spells, or I can just do this one spell 1,000 times and be an expert.
I'm rewatching it because I never watched it in order as a kid.
Yeah.
For me, anime I started off with was like Sailor Moon, Pokemon, Dragon Ball.
Ooh.
The OG Transformers, which was actually classed as an anime because it was made in Japan at the time. It is!
It's a fucking American IP with American voices and American... You can't tell me that after Led Zeppelin does a fucking opening for them of "You Got the Touch," that's a fucking Japanese anime. Chat, type 1 if you think Transformers is a Japanese anime. Type 2 if you're base and you understand it's American. Oh my gosh. Is Grant American? Yes. Yes, the Grant is American. The GrantZeebs is American Canadian, English Australian. I am all the different kinds of nationalities that get to use the red, white, and blue. Meanwhile, Bookie just be's an idiot and goes 69. Oh, my water.
Fine, it's a hybrid then. Can we go with that?
I'll accept a hybrid. Like it's in that
the animation was outsourced to the animation was outsourced to Toei, the Japanese studio, but it is primarily, you know, American based in some way. So let's say hybrid. How's that sound? Can we agree on that?
I can agree on hybrid, especially since like modern animation, like let's be frank, even the American stuff is still getting like exported over to South Korea and such like that. Like there's very much a blur in the post 2000s era. Nothing is 100% one nationality or another unless the creator decides to be like, it's this. Unquote.
Mystic Grant is American, but he's living in Australia, so he's kind of gotten a little bit of the Aussie accent going.
Yeah, I've got like an amalgamation right now in my accent, but amazingly enough, like if I go to the States, because of everyone else speaking American there, I will start like adopting it a little bit more, so it's not as strong. Amazingly enough, I was in Texas and I was able to just really quickly like just sort of like beat into the cadence and use a little bit of their vernacular, and it's just it works out so well.
But I'd love to know everybody else. What was your first real anime you guys watched? What was the first one?
Are we talking first one we weren't aware of, or first one that we were like, yes, I know it's an anime, I'm gonna watch it?
Let's say first one that, yes, you were aware as an anime and you're gonna watch it.
All right. First one is
Sailor Moon,
Naruto.
Excellent, Artemis. Okay, Naruto, okay.
Yeah, so yeah. No,
For me, I always knew like Sailor Moon was an anime because, you know, I was sort of brought up with all of that sort of like Japanese stuff because like my nan had a whole bunch of that stuff and things like that.
Code was a magical girl and just, you know, had an entirely different upbringing.
Hey, fuck you. My Barbies were all in good condition.
Meanwhile, my action men, if I go back far enough, I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I just threw them in the mud and stripped their clothes. I returned them to Monkey.
I I had Action Man as well growing up as a kid. And no matter what, am I the only one who grew up with Action Man and then realized all their fucking pants disappeared?
I don't know if about the all their pants disappearing thing, but I definitely recall like treating them harshly. Like I very much was like, I'll be frank, if all our toys came alive, I'm pretty sure most of my toys would consider me the Cid.
Hello.
They would just look at me and just be like, "You just groped me. You left me alone in the wilds."
I don't know why, but for some reason, all of my Action Men, no matter how many new ones I got, no matter how well I looked after them, all of them after about 6 months would lose their pants, and I'd have no idea where the fuck they disappeared to.
The first indicators. So when did you know Code was gay? Well, his Action Man just always came back pantsless. And he was very disappointed.
I did have siblings, Super Bass, but I would probably put it down to, yes, probably my siblings, also people who came around to play with the toys, things like that. To be honest, all of the first few anime I watched were made for the female audience. I mean, a lot of the anime that did come out around the time were like the Sailor Moons and stuff like that, Samurai Pizza Cats. What other anime were there that nobody really realized were anime at the time? There were a fair few.
Pokemon, Digimon,
Pokemon, Digimon.
Zoids. Like, I remember Zoids.
Zoids was fucking awesome. I actually had one of the Ligers from the McDonald's meals version. Lucky Star, Lucky Star was really good.
What's interesting for me is, hang on, I'm just gonna crack open a cold one. 1 second. All right, now.
Damn, that was a good crack.
That was a good crack. Look, like, I know how to make them crack. Zoids versus Xenogears. Well, here's the thing: is Zoids is like robot mecha. I feel like Zoids versus Gundam, maybe. Like Iron Blood, something. But yeah, like the Zoids I saw.
One Piece was another one.
Ooh, yeah, no, but like that's part of the big three. But yeah, like the Zoids I got into on Toonami was Zoids New Century or something like that. So the first few episodes, it was less of a yes, the grippings of war. We have two battling nations. You know, classic mecha trope where it's like actually tuna. That's the wild thing. Is like there are some animes where it's just like, with the power of love, I will punish you. Where it's like very obvious, like, you know, the good and the evils. But then you'll have like, you know, fucking Gundam or Zoids being like,
oh yeah,
this is some geopolitical like crazy nonsense. You are going to review this and you are going to have an understanding as to why foreign policy is very important in real life.
If I'm remembering things correctly for the Zoids, like when it was brought over to English audiences, if I remember correctly, we got them out of order when they were dubbed.
Yeah, I think that's probably true.
Because I think the seasons were actually out of order.
I just looking through my chat and I just see Uranezak saying, "How are we forgetting Hamtaro?" Who?
Oh, Hamtaro! Fucking Hamtaro!
Who is Hamtaro?
Oh, I love Hamtaro! You don't know Hamtaro?
I probably know it, but not with that name.
Hang on.
Hamtaro was pretty goated. Like,
hang on, I've got the original opening here for you. I'll send it over to you.
All right, hang on.
I'll send it over to Grand. I'll put it in the I'll put it in the group chat.
All right, then. It's a theme. Its theme song.
The theme song will haunt you. It will.
What do you mean it will haunt me? Is it like?
Hang on.
Is it like because of going through Kingdom Hearts, where it's like I can't look at, you know, Organization 13 or X or Key?
I'm gonna share my screen and we're gonna go watch it together with chat, so you know what that chat's referring to. Okay.
All right, hang on. I need to. All right, so people go over to Code's chat because he's gonna be presenting a video. I imagine. Actually, are you presenting the video to them right now?
Yeah, I'm presenting the video right now. So head over here to me to have a quick look.
All right.
Otherwise, for those who do want to have a look on Grant's side, I'm posting the link there for everyone to have a look at.
Alrighty then. All right, I unmuted your thing. I am ready.
Okay.
I've seen this.
We like sunflower seeds, crump, crump, crump. If she heads for trouble, we
What is with those children?
little hamsters, big adventures. Laura's gone to school, let's go to our ham clubhouse. We can fix their troubles, just be quiet as a mouse. Watch out for those cats, you know they're smarter than you think. But if we work together, we can make their plans sink. Woo! Snoozer, Howdy, Penelope, Panda. My best friend. Oxnard, Bijou, Cappy, Maxwell.
Gotta be kidding me.
Dexter, Boss, Bash, Mina, Jingle.
It's just hamsters.
I will win!
Yeah.
Hamtaro's here to help you. Hamtaro team is for you.
And if you watch the original Japanese version, there was a very dirty scene.
Oh my gosh.
If I remember correctly, in one of the original,
It's a
like I think
significant
Japanese.
portion of the furry community. No. The significant portion of the furry community, unfortunately, like if you look at E621, the very unfortunate news is that the largest portion of the furry community is My Little Pony and Robin Hood from Disney.
I'm just trying to have a look. Was this it? Hang on.
Are you going through another? I don't want to like I don't want to watch
yeah.
too much
So,
just
yeah,
because
yeah,
of, you know,
No,
copyright
no,
infringement. We're streaming right now, Code.
I'm not showing it. I'm not showing it. You're the only one that can see it. Like I was looking at the did I share? I think I shared it. Did I share it with you or did I share it? Yeah, no, I shared it with you. Okay. Brainstorm, because there was this one part in the original Japanese dub where Hamtaro answers the phone. Right. I think this is like an older version. He answers the phone, and it's a guy who thinks he's called a sex hotline.
What? What?
God.
God.
I will give this to you to watch later, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Rogue the Bad is apparently the #2 waifu with the most art, obviously behind a pony. I reckon, like, year on year, if you, like, did it, like, just on a year-by-year basis, Rogue the Bat wouldn't even crack the top 5 anymore, just because of the amount of, like, furry content we've been getting, like, the last few years, thanks to Zootopia, Hell of a Boss.
Another anime, actually, that I think a lot of people probably knew from back then, is Cardcaptor Sakura.
Oh no, I've seen that. I've seen that. I distinctly remember they were gonna be in a play or something like that, and like the male, like, I don't know, maybe this is just an all like anime girl like magical thing, because I'm going through Sailor Moon right now with Artemis Snep, because like are
you going through the 4Kids or are you going through the proper dub that came out later on?
The proper dub. So I got a version where it's
good.
So there we got to Japanese episodes as well. Also, like, some of them are like, you know, with the 4Kids it's dubbed, but only because of it's a Japanese episode that wasn't released or something. I don't know. Point is, it's a weird mishmash. But anywhoosies, I'm noticing a trend where in the anime, where the anime girl, like, you know, the magical girl anime, it's like, oh yes, there's the magical girl, and it's like either they're a crybaby, or they're stupid, or they're a klutz, and there just has to be a boy as the like, not as a dotagonist, but there's gonna be a boy, and he is a dick. He is an asshole. Like,
Totally.
You got that in Sailor Moon. I honestly forget the guy's name. I just know him as Turtleneck.
The guy, is that the guy that's with the swirly nerdy glasses?
No, not him. The like, he's
the guy that is Tuxedo Mask.
I'm pretty sure the guy is Tuxedo Mask. They haven't, like, obviously pointed it to the man in the turtleneck is Tuxedo Mask, but because of, like, just going through like dozens of years of anime and manga absorption, I'm like, yeah, so we agree that Tuxedo Mask is just this guy here, and both of them are not smart enough to pick up who it is.
Yeah.
Darien in English, Momoru in Japan. Momoru. Okay. But yeah, like, in Cardcaptor Sakura, there's like some guy that's like also in middle school or something like that, and he is just oh so moody. He's like Damien from Spy X Family.
Oh yeah. He's the kid with the sword that helps Sakura throughout a lot of it.
Yeah.
And then you have Sakura's older brother, who in the 4Kids version of Cardcaptor Sakura is in a very close relationship with another guy. And then you have the original Japanese version where he's fucking gay for the guy. And then you have the 4Kids version of two of the Sailor Scouts who are very close cousins, and then they're gay for each other.
So
the 4Kids version made them extremely close, possibly intersexual, cousins.
Oh no. Why?
Yeah.
Why? Like, why do Americans have to meddle with Japanese romance? Like, just accept that there's going to be weird moments. Like there's going to be a guy looking to another guy and saying, "I love you." Just accept that. So then that way, when the death of the author happens, you can then have all the anime boys and the anime girls being like, he loves him because it's all romantic and they're just on two sides of a different war. Meanwhile, the anime boys are like, no, they love him like a rival, like Xeno in Final Fantasy XIV.
Here's the thing. They try to make them sound straight by talking about this, like this one guy they both have a thing for. But then a lot of their scenes are very gay coded.
Yep.
In the 4Kids version, it's like, they're just fucking...
A lot of writers now also don't respect the art of less is more. I think I think this encroaches into like the problem of like any absorption of modern like culture absorption. If it's something that is like predominantly posted onto the internet and the creator is also predominantly on the internet, we run into the problem of like, you know, the less is more is really hard to do because people on the internet are as dumb as fuck.
Yeah.
I'm a himbo, okay? Like, I still need I love this TikToker. There's a TikToker out there that does some really good, like, nuanced, like, interpretation and, explanation of media. Like, her name is the Bimbo Feminist. Now, she has done some really great... Shut up. She's done some really great, discussions about, women in media. So, like, you know, how reviewers react to them, like in the case of like Supergirl, how like, you know, writers combat like, you know, one kind of subject matter differently when they try to have a woman as the protagonist as opposed to a man, and in like different mediums. It's really great. I wish I can find her YouTube just so I can go through like a more long form like absorption of some of the media she talks about, like the Barbie film or the Amazing Digital Circus or Supergirl in this case. But I don't want to catch up on Supergirl until I've seen it in cinemas or on my own.
Oh yeah, seasons 1 and 2 for Sailor Moon were dubbed by Deke. Seasons 3 and 4 of Sailor Moon were dubbed by Optimum Productions, also known as Cloverway. Season 5 wasn't dubbed for the trans sailors. Yeah. So if you do want to watch Sailor Moon, I would recommend picking up the Viz Media version.
Yeah, no, I
think
Viz
Viz Media
actually
has, which I think are all on Crunchyroll.
Maybe. I just went with like, you know, DVDs, like just scouring around of like, where the fuck do I go?
Yeah, look, JB Hi-Fi is definitely a great place if you want to pick up all the DVDs because they have all the Viz Media ones.
I love JB. Like sure, I'm an EA enjoyer.
It is one of the few places.
EB Games enjoyer. But like, when I'm going for like, you know, like physical copies of video games, JB Hi-Fi has them like $10 cheaper than EB Games. I don't know how. JB Hi-Fi
I don't know how
is
either.
like JB Hi-Fi is just not focused on gamers, but it's a better option.
Yeah.
God, I'm gonna be so...
Yeah, lately I find like I'm probably going over to JB. Like, if I want to get other gaming related stuff like, you know, D&D and things like that, I'll normally go over to EB. But lately when it comes to buying, like if I want a physical game, I'll go to JB. The only thing is though, JB don't do as many pre-owned games now anymore that that they used to do, whereas EB does more.
Yeah, no, EB is still the place to go for third third party second party
Second hand.
yeah. So hang on
Yeah.
a sec.
So I am really glad though that EB has brought back. They're bringing back that people can actually trade in their old games, like retro games, and they're starting to bring those back in from all of their areas.
Mm-hmm. All right.
All right. So I'm firing up now for Thingo.
Yeah. No.
Did we want to?
I fired up as well.
Yeah. Did we want to go straight from like final chapter, or did we want to do like see about getting my necromancer up to final chapter and then waiting for Velk to come in? Because then we can loot grind a little bit too at the same time.
We could do a little loot grind.
Yeah.
Like in my personal thought, like, because when we were at your necromancer, I'm gonna move over. There we go. They
video games back in. They had video games back in 1950. Fuck you. Fuck and you.
There are bigger companies that can buy in much larger bulk and can get a better wholesale price. Big W is the same and usually the same price as JB. Okay. Well, but yeah.
Makes sense.
Top tip, Australians. When you want to buy a brand new video game, look to JB Hi-Fi or Big W. If you want to buy secondhand, go to EB Games, or there used to be a store called Game Traders, or just Game in all caps.
That's gone. That's
gone? Oh, man.
Yeah. I used to love going to them because they would have it a little bit less than EB Games most times.
Yeah. No, that was some good stuff. They technically did have video games back in the 50s. Yeah, we know Super Base. We know, but they're insinuating. Like, let me zoom in. They're insinuating. I gotta explain the joke for Super Base now. They're insinuating that Code the Yoshi here, that this man over here was around during the 1950s playing video games.
Yeah, they're saying I'm old.
Yeah,
and I'm not that old.
He's just a gray
I'm only
fur.
35.
Gray fur, confirmed gray fur over here.
Says you, who's about what 32 now?
Yeah, no, I'm a gray fur as well. Like, that's wild. That like we're in a fandom.
You're as gray muzzled as I am.
Yeah, we're in a fandom that treats anyone over the age of 30 as quote unquote gray muzzle.
Look, his muzzle is literally gray. Look, see?
What? No, this is a very light black, okay? Like, it's a zebra. It's like black and white stripes.
That's what. Yeah. Light black has a color. It's called gray.
Chat, type 1 if zebras are black and white. Type 2 if they're gray.
That's why we have similar. We have a similar start to things. Code. You're only a year older than me. Yay!
Woo! Yeah.
Code may be coping.
Nah. Only 32. Apparently, 32 is dead in gay years. I didn't realize gay
sleepy babe
goes in a faster rate than normal. Like, is that why I still have like a full head of hair and this youthful skin? Is because I'm not.
I actually
gay?
need to get a haircut soon because like my hair's getting really long.
Okay. So your hair grows longer when you're gay. Is that it? Is that what Urine and Zach is trying to insinuate?
I don't know. Maybe.
We're terrible. Terrible
we
representations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Now, what were you saying about the druid thing as well? Like doing like druid and necromancer?
So if we go through your necromancer again, what we probably want to do is because what's your gear like right now? Also, are you in the game?
Not yet. I was just. Did you already start up the thinger?
Yes.
Okay, join game. Let me see where the lobby thing is. Okay. Imbrews. And the password is Grant's pin card.
It's not my pin card, but nice try.
Also, guys. Clicking on the gem! Oh, I'm over at hell, by the way, so because my necromancer would be in hell.
Yeah, no, I figured. So what we probably want to do...
Because my gear is reasonable. Because I got the infernal stuff that Velk gave me. I might need to update the splint mail to something a little bit better if I can get a 2-socketed, like anything that's a little bit higher.
So one of the things I was thinking of doing is if we just head through this waypoint again, go to Act 3 and head to the Durance of Hate level 2, and we try and deal with
Oh, Mephisto.
yeah, because he's normally like do a little check and see if we can, if like the two of us can take on Mephisto. Because if we can do that like with relative ease, then it's like, one, we get ourselves a cool little drop, and then also I need to pause
Also,
there.
I didn't realize my Iron Golem was still here with me. Like, I thought that would have disappeared. But I guess because Iron Golem uses up a weapon that I have to sacrifice, so it stays. Nice. I like that.
All right, so 2 slot scale mail. You're getting yourself some. Oh wow!
Ow.
I did not pay attention.
Yeah, he was fucking electrocuting everything. Oh, there's a Maiden Spear there.
I probably need, like, that's weird. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to resurrect my guy. Hang on.
Iron Golems are updated in 2.4 to persist between games. Correct. Ah.
Ooh.
Thank you, Superbase. I was wondering about that. Thank you.
That reminds. Sorry, because Code has it pinned as a message and such like that. But please no backseating on like explaining any metas unless we ask, or tips on how to play and such like that. While this is like my first time experience, Code the Yoshi has.
Thank you for the hyper himbo. Code the Yoshi has played through this game before and is sort of like going to be my like assistance in regards to help here and there. And I'm not looking for unless we ask, no backseating, okay?
Yes. But thank you though for letting me know about that update, Superbase. I was wondering about that, so thank you. Oh, I didn't realize you were dead. Oh, hang on. Let me drop a portal. I didn't realize you were dead.
No, that's okay. Plus, we're really close to the portal. I was just rehiring my guy right now, so that's why I was a little bit slow. So
I'm like, where did Grant go? Where is he? He's like, oh, he dead.
He dead. I got
he
hyper
fucking dead,
himbo
yo.
at like the last minute, so also I should have changed the disco, the Fugue reactive, so like now I should be. Where the hell's my body? There's my body. And then. Oh, nope. I accidentally clicked on your portal. I now need to pick up all of my... Oh, I didn't put it in the slots? Are you kidding me? Alright, there we go.
Y'all good?
Should be all good.
Okay. Because yeah, like I was a little bit worried my golem wasn't going to be there because I used a really good weapon to make that golem. I'm like, Oh, a topaz.
Nice.
Is this? That's level 3. Look at that.
Nice.
You can have the emerald.
Yeah, which
I
is...
need the mana potion.
Yep. Alright, so I got a crossbow. I'm gonna see how I do with the crossbow. I just need to be careful not to die so easily.
Have you got bolts for it?
Yes.
A jewel. Ah! Gas. Grant, step out of the poison.
Oh, whoops.
Okay.
I have to keep an eye on my health a little bit more this time.
Yeah, just be careful, because, yeah, like, those guys are giving off lightning.
Yeah.
Ooh, an Unraveler's head. I'll take that. Oh, bastards.
I thought I could solo that guy, but he had all these bloodlords around him, and I was like going through a lot of my
Yeah.
locked.
So basically, because any gear worth using to make a real endgame Iron Golem is too rare for a single game, so... okay. Ah, okay.
Okay, how did I was not paying attention
I
to
am
that either.
overburdened.
Let's see.
Oh, I also found out a little trick with controller too that I can give my little dude a health potion too.
Nice. Alright. Should be here somewhere.
Yeah,
There
he
it
should be
is.
coming up here.
There it is. Pretty decent hits, pretty decent hits.
Oh, geez, green splint mail.
Finally! I remember we went through this guy like maybe twice and didn't get any green.
Let me see what that is. I'll quickly. Berserker's gear, barbarian stuff.
Can't carry anymore.
Nice, nice, nice.
What is the controller input, if I may ask, Code? So when you're holding down left bumper, then using any of the directional pads will give a potion to your mercenary. Ow, bastard.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, yeah.
It's locked.
I didn't bring any keys
There
with
we
me
go.
because every time there was just I
There we go.
would pick up so many keys. Heraldic shield and a what in the world is a weed? Oh,
I think it's one of the assassin's weapons.
okay, okay. Well, I'm holding on to like a lot of like charms and stuff like that on my bodies and such, but is the split mail good for you?
No, it's the barbarian set.
Ah, okay, okay.
Like, I'll drop it for you so you can have a look at it. There you go.
Good day.
Jade heavy gloves that are ethereal and give you only 27% poison resistance. I think I have like a berserker like thing. Hang on a second. Let me have a look at my inventory's all over. I've got berserker hatchet and headgear amazingly. Where's the hatchet? There's the hatchet.
Oh, that's all you need for the berserker set. So that's a full set there.
Alright, so headgear,
You can
hatchet. So like we could probably like isn't one of the peeps we can hire like a berserker or something like that?
You can, yes. So here, you can have that if you do want to hire him.
I am
Okay,
overburdened.
okay, hang on. I need to sell some things in my inventory and move stuff around. Hang on, sorry.
I don't know if it'll give him all the bonuses though, but I mean, you'll have all the bonuses for the stuff, so you might as well.
Yeah, no, I reckon that. I just need to. I'm gonna sell this honestly, and then 20 damage over time. Yeah, no, I'm gonna sell that. All right, now I can grab the splint mail, and then I can probably hire a fella. So, Harburg, helm, and hatchet. Yeah, so.
I don't know if we can hire any of the berserkers yet, just until a little later on in the.
+1 to barbarian skill. Okay, so the splint mail just gives you +1. That's pretty good. So yeah, no, that's really good. All right.
Yeah, you got a couple of.
in there. But yeah, like there's also I'm gonna grab these keys and then grab you. So I've got all these greater manas, and then I got super mana.
Oh, cool! I got enough for another diamond and the sapphire. That sapphire shouldn't be in that amethyst section. Get out of there, you!
Okay, I can create a flawless amethyst right now, so do that. And then this is
I can make a flawed topaz. And why am I throwing my topazes on the floor? I am a fucking idiot.
So one of the things I probably need to do is like have a look at all these all these gems, or these jewels, sorry. So, because some of them, like, I think I'm holding on to too many of them. Like, this is the problem, is
That's
I'm
why.
a hoarder.
See, that's why I've been shrinking them down and making them into perfects and stuff like that.
No, not the diamonds and the gems, sorry, the jewels. So, like, jewel
Oh
of
yeah, like
envy.
I've only got a few of those. Like I haven't had any really decent ones as of yet.
Yeah. So, yeah, meanwhile, over here, I think I'm gonna... You know what? Alright, I'm gonna sell you. Actually, let me just put...
Don't sell me, sir. I didn't do anything wrong.
Hang on, I just need to do some... Alright, so, just so... I'm gonna create a little barrier, so then that way anything I grab... Alright, so you're in there for now. 1 to maximum damage. Yeah, I'm gonna sell you. 7 to mana. I'm gonna sell you. So, because I don't need everything. 7 to mana. 11 to life. 8 extra gold. Yeah, I'm gonna sell you 2. So yeah, because I have, like, a lot of stuff. And it's like, I haven't really done a good job, like, managing.
Managing oh shit.
Yeah. Oh, I'm dehimboed. Damn, I'm no longer extra
Aw.
himbo. Alright, so that can be sold. +2 attack rating can be sold. I want to keep the lightning resistance. +1 to strength and poison resistance at the same time. That's a good small charm. These just give extra gold, so I'm going to sell you and you.
Done. I was like, oh wait, 2 scale. No, it's scale mail. Not as good as split mail.
Yeah, alright, so... And then sell you two. Alright, so I'm keeping a charm that gives me 10 life, 1 to 12 added lightning damage, and 15 poison damage over 4 seconds. So I'm keeping those 3 on me. And then I have a charm that does faster running. Wait, do I have 2? Yeah, okay, I have one that does faster running and fire resistance. And then another one here. And then maximum stamina, cold resistance and extra, lightning damage and fire resistance. So, yeah. I can probably get rid of the maximum stamina, honestly.
Are you talking about the charms or?
Yeah, like I have a lot of charms.
Like, hang on. Are you sharing your screen? Because with the.
Hang on. Yeah, let me share my screen just so then that way I need to share, but then I need to change the quality so it's all right. It's 30 frames, 720, just so then that way, like I don't bust my OBS when I do all this.
I make great crime. I bust great nut.
Just
sorry, that was the only thing my brain heard when you said that. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, it's one of those cases where it like if I was clever, it would just be like busting and then welcome.
Oh yeah, like you have pretty much like
half my
your entire inventory is just fucking charms, and to make up for it, you have to carry the Herodic Cube.
like you always carry the Herodic Cube, don't you?
I don't always carry it. I keep it at base.
But the Herodic Cube, you can, like, when you open it, like, you have, like, basically, you know, 2.5 slots worth of Herodic Cube within the Herodic Cube. It's good for inventory's sake. Actually,
I don't find it all that helpful.
Actually, hang on. Let me check something. So, all right. So I've got. All right. So we got all these bonuses here. 50% chance of getting magic items. That's pretty good. 30% increased. 34% faster walk run. Now I'm pretty sure that's with all this, with most of this stuff here.
Yeah.
Where that's doing 7 and 7. So if I do.
I got like 12% chance for magical items. I got like 32% chance of more gold from monsters.
Nah, okay. So if I put them in the Herodic Cube, then it doesn't stay as a bonus. It has to be in my inventory.
Yeah, I kind of thought so. Yeah, I thought that might be the case.
So, shame.
Like, I only carry like 1 or 2. Like, you know, I've only got 1 at the moment. That was for dex. Like anything that's lower than 1 point of dex or anything like that, I don't even bother with.
Carrying the cube is legit 50-50 among endgame players. Some do, some don't. Ah, okay. Also, hi there, Chef Veltol. Welcome, welcome. We were just, like, really deep into, like, discussion of, like, mechanic and what have you, because...
Also, I just realized my poison resistance is 77%.
Hmm.
I have, like, a really high poison resistance.
That's good. Let me just have a look at my stats, because... Attack rating is, like... 602, so it could be higher. Chancing of blocks. Health isn't that much higher. Poison length reduced by 75%, 34% faster run walk, 30% increased attack speed, 50% better chance of getting magic items. That barely helps. 21 extra gold from monsters. It's alright. Life stolen and attackers take damage of 32 is pretty good. So I will stick to that. But yeah, so now we're here, and now we have to go out into hell.
So I do have City of the Damned, unless you want to go all the way through hell and do a little bit of collecting run.
Let's just go all the way through hell, because, like, otherwise, because, like, you know, get back into the cadence of, like, you know, engaging with the mechanics and learning how to manage my health and shit.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna switch over to prayer as well while doing this as well, so.
Hello, monsters, where are you?
The outer steps. I just realized these guys have, like, cysts on their backs. How did I not notice this when we were playing this at first?
Oh, yeah, I kind of didn't notice that either. That is gross.
Greater healing, super, greater. And then...
Just make sure to leave me some mana potions, too, because I do chew through mana a little bit. I got good regen, but it's like...
Yeah, no, fair.
Oh, a tier rune.
Oh, nice work, nice work. Oh.
Dear Paragon.
You're not gonna like these Doomcasters, they drain mana.
Yeah, I don't like them.
Diablo is going to be annoying to do, even with just the two of us, because I remember everyone saying it's, like, one, we were under leveled when we first did it, but then number two, it's like, even if you are at the appropriate level, it's a battle of attrition.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, with some of my skills, should make things a little bit easier, because I can slow them down.
No, that's good, that's good. Also, did you get the super mana potion here?
I did.
Nice.
Because like one of my curses actually puts slow down and weaken a little bit.
Nice.
And so long as we have enemy corpses around, I've also got Blood Golem as like my other secondary in case I need it. It'd be great if I could just have all my golems up.
Actually, nah, that's a two-handed. God. I'm so annoyed with Sony.
No. Oh, because of the recent diss thing?
Yeah, like, here's the thing. Within the same post of them being like, ah, yes, like, you know, there's going to be... Can I guys, one thought that might make Diablo easier this time?
I said no, but if you want it, yeah, go ahead.
I kind of, because we've gone through Diablo once already, right? Like we've gone through that battle of attrition, and I feel, you know, with Superbad, like they've been good. They've seen how we play. Like, let's see, with a tempered response.
All right, then.
Like, sure, Super Base. What would make the fight with Diablo easier for me and Code?
Yeah, and while we wait for their reply, we'll go back onto the topic of Sony.
Yeah, while they're formulating their reply. But yeah, like recently, like, or maybe not that recently, because it was like sort of at the end of June, Sony did the announcement of like, oh hey, starting June 2028, so not next year, but the year after, there's going to be no physical disc releases of video games on Sony stores. Not physical disc releases of first party, just none whatsoever. Which is absolute bullshit. And it's like, oh, like, you know, the market dictates that players will, like, by the majority go through digital sales. And it's like, while that's true, like, it's very, you can't just remove...
like having something.
Yeah, like, it's still 20% of people purchase discs. And what's more is, I reckon it's like, there's a mix as well. Like, I think that's what they're missing, is that there is people that are a mix where they're willing to do the digital sale because they get the physical.
Hi, Wild Saber. Yeah, but here's what, like, you know, going on your argument there, here's something that I found, you know, here's something that I found out doing a little bit of research. Yeah, they're not counting in used game sales either, because
which is huge. Like, that's half the reason for a disc is you can go for, like, you know, secondhand sales. You can share between your friends and such. And, like, Sony has not created, like, you know, a shared library or anything like that. Like, you can go onto, like, quote unquote maybe a family plan where everyone gets access to the PlayStation Plus on the one console, but there isn't a case of like, oh, this here's my friend Jake, and over there is his other friend Dog, and I give a game to Jake, and while we're not on the same console, we can play, you know, this game at different times. Like, it's like, there's just I feel like it's causing way more problems than savings for Sony if they do this, and the only reason they are doing this is, I feel like.
But here's the problem as well. The whole thing is like, oh, but it's going to be cheaper, but yet the game prices are still up the fucking ass.
They are. They're still expensive. The only reason this is being done is because I feel like whoever's making this decision is doing it purely financial and not thinking about, like, you know...
long term.
Yeah, the long term. Like, because, like, there is some... what's it called? Like, when you do, like... It's like a bank of good, where it's like, because, like, you know, the difference between, oops, I released your data, is a different connotation when it's like, you know, oops, I released your data, and it's someone like, you know, oops, I accidentally revealed your favorite ice cream to someone that shared your birthday or something like that. It's like, nah, that's fine. But if someone's like, oops, I released your data, and it's Discord, there's a much like, what's it? It's like a well of good faith or something like that. I feel like Sony does not have that to do this.
Yeah, no, not at the moment.
Oh, I've used up identity. Why do I have so many? Sorry, I need to do some...
There's a Grand Charm.
Yeah, I see it. I just need to...
Yeah, I wonder why Grant is out of room for things. Could it be because he's holding all of those charms?
Look, some of these are good, all right? Some of these give me benefits. I don't know why am I getting this hate? It's a money gap, can't share games, so everyone who wants to play a game must buy a game. Yeah, and the thing is like, some people think of like, oh, well, you know, when people were streaming movies, like, they're fine with that, or music, and it's like I feel like with video gamers, like, there is an audience out there who will only engage with physical media. Like, GOG, for instance, is carving out a good portion of the digital market by having it that you purchase executables rather than a license.
Yeah.
And, like, looping this all back of like, oh yeah, like, you can just buy a digital storefront and such. But then lo and behold, within the same post of them announcing that there's no longer going to be any physical, like, sales after 2028, but they announced they're getting rid of the PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Vita online store, and all of those games are not going to be purchasable, and they're getting rid of movies you've purchased on Sony, and they're not giving a refund.
I was so pissed when I heard that, because they did this already. They tried to do that already.
They did. They did do it, and it's not for throwaway films like, oh, The Dog That Bites You, or Land of Time 12.
I'm talking about the PlayStation 3 store getting shut down. They already threatened to do that once, and then everyone, you know, like, went all up in arms about it, and they stopped it.
Yeah, for valid, like, reasons. But yeah, like, they just got rid of movies, like, movies you purchased, not rented, purchased. And the whole reason they're able to get away with that was because oh, it's a like it was only a license to watch the film, and it wasn't throwaway films like the digital, like, you know, Land Before Time 12 or something that was like, you know, really cheap. These are big films like Terminator, James Bond. These were like, you know, mainstays in media literacy for people to watch whenever, and would have been like, let's be real, like if you went to a video store and they didn't have Terminator, you'd be wondering like,
you know, actually what's kind of funny is that actually DVD purchases are actually starting to come back into popularity now because of a lot of this.
yeah, will do. Also, hi there, Wild. Sorry, I got so sidetracked with the pain about Sony and such, but happy 4th of July, Wild Saber. And then meanwhile, Superbass has given their advice, which is anytime you're fighting Diablo in a melee, his freeze is hands down one of the absolute most pain parts about him. Code has a chest plate that has immune to frozen.
Yeah,
so
it does. It gives you immune to frozen.
So you have a chest plate right now on you, or?
Is it my chest plate that makes me immune to frozen? Regenerates mana. Do I have immune to frozen? Hang on.
It's not on me.
No, I don't have immune to frozen.
You probably have it like somewhere. Hawk mail scale armor is what he's saying. Also, there's potions here for you if you want it.
No, I've got split mail. No, that was the druid.
Ah, yeah, and so yeah, different build. Because you're still ranged, but you're like a necromancer ranged.
Yeah. Because Grant keeps complaining about my bear bum.
Yeah. It was painful.
Look, it's not my fault that you have a small ass, okay, Grant?
Okay, it's not about who's big or small. It's just the fact that you were blocking doorways and blocking chests.
I'm sorry that I require a little extra wriggle room to get through a door.
This is what it's like, Chad. It's just, oh, hello. Okay, hammer time. Okay, this guy is very tanky. What is going on here? Oh, 78% chance to hit. I am very low on the attack.
And here I was thinking Grant likes big booty. I mean, yeah, he does, but like big booty on a dude versus big booty on a girl, I think is, you know.
There is, again, context. I like big booty, I like big titties, I like my muscle mommies. So yeah. There we go.
Didn't drop anything good though.
And then something called a war sword.
Whoa, what's that? A green breastplate. What the hell?
Where's the green breastplate? What?
I just picked it up.
Oh, okay. What does it do?
It is in Sahat's case.
In Sahat?
Yeah. Here.
Ooh. No, you keep up. I can't carry anything. I'm full up on charms. I am overburdened
Grant,
with charms.
I know that you're trying to be a very charming person, but I mean, this is getting ridiculous.
Hang on, I need to do the button. There we go. You know what? Actually, hang on. Let me open up my stream deck just so then that way I can put in the OBS filters, the baduntis for Discord, because like I am definitely using that quite a lot, and I'm in this screen so many times.
Okay, so I've already got the breastplate.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Why do I have two badumtisses? There we go. All right.
All right. Well, I'll drop the breastplate here for you if you want to have a look at it.
All right. Hang on a second.
Through the portal, by the way.
Yep. I just need to
Good morning.
Oh, I've already got everything identified. Let me just sell some things.
Greetings.
Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Keep all of yous, because I kind of need you. And then this here was holding some stuff. Greater healing. Iron Gladius will sell. Emerald and diamond.
Nice. That gives me 2 flawless topazes now.
Trade. Alright.
I've
trader,
got
healing, Gladius.
this one and this one.
Alright. You're full of charm and your inventory is full too. Nice. Horn, Parry, and Lightbrand. I think I might have this too. Let me have a look. No, I don't have it. Do I have something from Isenheart then? Because the name feels familiar. No, I don't have something from Isenheart. Okay.
Well, there you go. Now you do. Isenheart's chest is one of the few items I actually pulled more than one from the same enemy before.
Ah, okay. Alright, so I can deposit 1, 2, 3. There we go. And then deposit the remainder in there. Alright. I am going to remove the 7% faster running and walking because that's not necessary right now. I am going to keep the fire resistance and the attack rating because I do need that attack rating. Rejuvenation potion, I will put you there. I think I'm going to sell the Isenheart, honestly.
I mean, I've got one, so that's fine.
Yeah. All right. Emerald.
I only gave it to you because I found it. I was like, oh, look, Isenheart. And I think I was like, oh, wait, I already got it.
Yeah. Diamond. Yeah. So I'm going to sell the Isenheart. 2 people of the same set bow from Diablo 2. Okay. You actually killed the boss once and got 3 different chests to drop at once. 2 of them were Isenheart. Oh my god.
Wow.
I think Isenheart's...
What are the chances of that?
Isenheart might be a slut.
Woo.
Maybe that's what's happening. Is Isenheart is just a slut, and it's just like, oh, we had such a wonderful time. Take my armor as a token of like, you know, of better times or something like that.
Take my armor. Remember me fondly.
Yep.
Dude, like, I know 3 different people with this armor. Is there something you want to tell me about this?
All right. So, yeah. All right. So I've got like a flawless emerald and sapphire and amethyst. Like I got some stuff. All right. Back through your portal, so I can pick up the film and the small shield.
All right. Do you want me to keep the portal open because you can come back through?
No, because I've entered the City of the Damned. It's just up here, up to the north.
Well, I'll be City of the Damned.
I'll be damned.
In the city.
Go. So yeah, I definitely need to upgrade my my guy. Like he is not, you know, if he's not hitting 95% on these guys, like we need to fix that.
What, your paladin?
Yeah.
You might need to upgrade your weapon.
Yeah, it's either going to be a case of weapon for bigger damage, or I might need to like start looking at new gear.
I mean, you've pretty much got a full set of gear at the moment, so I don't really think it's the gear that's the problem.
Well, the Sigorn is like, here's the thing, is like, is there like different like acts of green? I do know Grant has one item that is rarer than you'd expect. Is it a good rarer than you expect, or is it a rarity of like, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things? Because if it's just rare for like novelty's sake, like, who cares? It's nice to have, and it's often overlooked. Interesting.
Well, there you go.
All right. Well, let's go breaking through all these guys. Yeah, 86.
Also, don't forget, upgrading your dex will also help with your hit rate too.
Oh, that's true. A 3-slot ethereal shield. What in the world?
Yeah, too bad you can't repair it. Otherwise, it'd be useful.
Well, it's got three slots, so you could probably like do some weird word thingamajiggy of it. Although, to be fair, yeah, it's probably not. And then 2-socketed longsword, eh. Actually, small shields isn't even worth either. Tower shield can be sold. There we go. For selling purposes.
What are you doing over there, Grant, while I'm trying to survive death itself?
You're leveling up. It's fine. You're gaining experience.
Can I still get the job? No, you don't have enough experience. Ah!
A marauder, level 29, is like, can I be a warrior too? Nah, you don't have enough experience.
But how do I get experience if I don't have the thing to get it?
Alright. I got
I
myself
don't
a
know.
morale ruined. Another small charm. Don't mind if I do.
Wow, Grant is a charmaholic at this point.
Look, they just give you some like flat bonuses. A phrase I know all too well. Oh, you don't have enough experience for this job? Or a different phrase?
Yeah.
Oh, Devil Blister over here. Yep. And then... Ooh, Flawed Skull. Alright, let's have a look. There's a breastplate here. Hang on a second. Alright, let me move some things around.
I'll have only one socket.
Only one socket? Not worth then. Okay. Did I just grab another scroll of identity that's not... Oh wait, no, scroll of identity can go in here. Alright. Alright, greater healing. Blah, 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 blah. What's this guy doing here?
Oh, he's stuck in the building over here.
Yeah, we just need to, like, go upstairs to get to him. There we go. Got rid of the Abyss Knight.
Well, I'll be damned.
In this city...
No, these guys are literally called damned.
Ethereal, okay. Here. The River of Flame.
You know?
And then City of the Damned Waypoint. Alright, I'm gonna go through the waypoint real quick, just so I can do the sellings and what have you.
What do you need?
So get rid of shield, get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. Keys, keep all those.
The one mystery in the City of the Damned is that this game is 26 years history is found out.
Ooh. I'm not are you like a mystery streamer, Code? Are you like someone that's like, there's much in this mystery I must follow?
Sometimes.
Sometimes? Okay. Alright, sometimes. Ooh, hello. Topaz and Topaz. to make a flawless topaz.
Like, I'll admit, when it came down to like the Five Nights at Freddy's mysteries, I was really into those. Way back in the day.
Yep.
I need to watch the movies, by the way.
Is
I
that
still
my
need to
only
watch
Rawl
those.
rune? Yeah, that's my only Rawl rune. Okay.
Let me see how many I've got.
Now comes the fun of like.
I've got 4 Raw runes.
Ah, okay. So it's not like a super. It's not a super rare rune for stuff.
I've got only 1 Eld rune. I've got 2 Thal runes. Which, if I had 1 more, I can make an Am rune.
Tall shawl, perfect diamond.
I've got 3 Tal. I've got 4 Ith. I've got like 6 of the Tier. 4 of the Nef. 2 Eth and 1 Ort. Well, it ought to be more popular. Ha 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 ha.
But yeah. It's hard to figure out recipes and what have you.
That's why I've got the recipe book.
Let's so sets. Excuse me. Gosh, this game is like more often than not, it is just going to be a lot of like going back to a Wikipedia and reading things, isn't it?
A little bit. Not the, I find the 3rd game does a little bit better of a job of explaining things.
Yeah. Sigorn's full set. Let's have a look. So, when it's partially done, 2 pieces give you 10% life stolen per hit. 3 pieces gives you 100 damage. When you get the full set, it's 20 to mana, fire resistance plus 12, 24 to max fire damage. Attackers take of 12, damage reduced by 7, which is really good. One of the most popular sets for low-level characters, they say. One can wear the entire throughout all of normal to at least mid-nightmare difficulty. Okay, so they make it sound like as if you can just wear the set from like one end.
Which set?
The so my set, Sigorn's
Okay.
Sigorn's complete steel.
Yeah.
So there isn't like a.
I think the main thing you need to do is, what weapon are you using at the moment? Let me have a look. What's your weapon?
It's just a
you've got?
scepter
Hang
with
on.
like 2 slots into it, giving +1 to Holy Fleas, 1 to Concentration, 3 to Blessed Hammer. So it's
That
like
might be. I think you might need a newer scepter later on. Actually, I think there are some scepter recipes for runes as well.
yeah, like hang on a second. So I wish there was a way to like, because if I look at other recipes, magic shield with spikes, token of absolution, Chris and a belt, throwing axes, javelins, arrows, and bolts. Quest, jewelry. Perfect ruby, emeralds, 3 magic items, do some magic ring. The prismatic element is any 6 perfect gems. Yeah, fuck that. So apparently, so there's a caster weapon, which is perfect amethyst, any jewel. I don't know what caster means. So it's like increases mana, regenerating. Okay, so that's not what I want. A hit power weapon is a.
So I got a 3-socketed. That's here we go. 3-socketed one. King's Grace. Am, Ral, and Thul, which is a scepter.
All right, so hang on. So Ral.
AMN.
No.
Ral and Thul.
Nah, I don't have that. I only have Ral. I have Ral, and Tyr. Like,
Wait, you've got Am?
no, I got Ral, R-A-L. I got Eld,
Yep.
Ort, Thal. Actually, hang on a sec. Is there a way to like sort this inventory? Like, all right. So there's Eth. There's L, Ith. Sorry, I'm just organizing the inventory. Got like 3 Iths. Tals. Tier. Ort. F. L. Eld. Ral. Eld. Wait.
Okay.
F. L. Eld. Okay. Ort. L. Alright, so there's Eld. There's F.
What's on your other tabs you could be utilizing?
Sorry, what?
What's on your other tabs in your stash?
Okay, so you're gonna hate. So this is the first tab where it's just filled with runes and like random jewels, and then like
Okay,
some of these
yeah.
random 3-slot stuff. The second tab is filled with gems, but then it also has like some it has even more 3-slot, a 2-slot, another 3-slot there, and then it's just like got these gauntlets that I was like wanted to keep because they were cool. And then the third slot is all the greens and some of the stuff like, for instance, Velk gave me this, but it's like I'm nowhere near near 42.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then this one is like Sanders Foliar or whatever.
Which I've got 2 sets for Sanders.
I got Sanders Rip Wrap.
I've got the wand.
Okay, maybe because like this gives 40% faster run walk.
No, it's not worth. I've got both of them.
Okay. And then I got this angelic wings.
Oh, there's a 4-slot one for Scepters. F, Ral, Ort, and Tal.
Yeah, but getting a 4-slot, like, let's see, I got a 3 here. 3. Like, yeah, I don't have very many,
I mean, there's a 5-slot one for Scepters, Axe, and Hammers.
Alright, so wait, what's a blood ring? Life, increased stolen. Okay, so blood ring requires a
It
perfect
gives you.
ruby. Blood weapon, meanwhile, needs a perfect ruby, doing enhanced damage, life stolen, 1 to 4 other modifiers, using an axe, a cleaver, a crescent.
Yeah, so that means it'll give you. 1 to 4 other modifiers that you can utilize.
Hopefully, it gives me 4 instead of 1. All right, so rather than craft it, and then we got potion recipes, and then we got different gems. Is there a way of changing one gem into another gem? No, there isn't another way of changing one gem into another gem. There's a way of changing different runes using different other runes. And then there's socket recipes, there's repairing and charging. Then there's rerolls, and then there's upgrades. Exceptional version of set weapon. What does set weapon mean?
Upload great using their. Thank you for the hyper himbo. I
Oh, no.
appreciate it. We're doing a lot of reading of the
Oh, set is green text.
Oh,
There you
okay.
go.
So that's what it. So yeah. All right, because there's an exceptional version of set armor using Tal and Sheal, but I don't have Sheal. Okay, so that's useful. Ral and Soul is used on weapons to make them exceptional. So what does that do? We'll upgrade the base of an. We'll upgrade the base item of a normal quality set weapon to the next quality version, the exceptional quote-unquote version. For example, Eisenhardt's Lightbrand would have had its base item Broadsword upgraded to Battle Sword. That its level requirements would become the requirement of the upgraded item's quality, so +5. So, Battle Sword, i.e. Battle Sword would then, so Eisenhardt's Lightbrand would equal 25 + 5. So, oh wait, so if I have, so I got Milla Braga's Rod, which is a War Scepter with a required level of 17, so we'd go up by +5. I need a Perfect Emerald.
Which I've got.
Let me have a look at my inventory. If I got a Flawless and a normal Emerald. Flawed and shit. Okay, so Perfect Emerald, and then I need a Raw and a Soul. Alright, let me have a look at. So, I got a Raw. And...
Perfect Emerald.
I don't have Soul. Okay, so... But what would I need to make a Soul? The the hardest ingredients to obtain for the very popular Insight and Lore rune words and can be dropped starting from Act 4 normal difficulty. They can, however, be easily farmed at Nightmare Countesses. Recipe for soul. 3 Ams and a chipped amethyst. God damn it, where the
Which we don't have.
Yeah, okay. So...
What do you not have?
Oh, hi there,
Ams.
Velk. We were looking at... So, apparently there's like a recipe for doing an exceptional version of a set, like, you know, weapon, which uses 1 Rao, 1 soul, and a perfect emerald.
Okay.
So, because what I was thinking of is grabbing Milla Brega's rod and turning it into an exceptional.
Okay.
So, magical is blue text, rare is yellow, unique is gold, set is green. Yeah, okay. So, because I got a Rao, Code is offering the perfect emerald. So all I'm missing is a soul, S-O-L.
I don't know if I have one on me.
So, because apparently those are from Act 4. Actually, where are we? We're in
Act 5.
4.
Okay.
Oh, technically, yeah, we're 5, but yeah, well, I'm in hell currently with the necromancer. We were kind of doing. We were going back through hell with the necromancer for a little bit to do a little bit of trying to find some stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'll give you back the emerald for now, and then I'll put you back here for now.
Grant's already posted the stuff in the chat, so
Yeah.
Yep.
I've got 2 slots in the scepter, so like I might as well like. Can I make a word out of? Because the thing I have in excess is Thal and Ith. Oh, and Neph. I have a lot of Neph.
well, my stealth split mail is Tal and F.
Let me have a look at Neph rune and see if it gives me. So, transfer 3.
Right now, though,
runes,
Grant,
1
you
Neph.
don't really need to trade in any of your armor. Your armor makes you probably the tankiest bitch here.
It can. So 2 slots. Club. Okay, so Thalo Neph. What in the world is Thalo Neph? Oh, it's 3 runes. Why did it show me as? Neph is used in the following: Neph and Loom for body armor. Neph and Soul is for the head. Okay, so
how many sockets are on your scepter, Grant?
2. So, actually, hang on a second. I'm gonna go to Ruin Words.
Oh, I have a soul rune.
Give me a second. I'm just looking at what I have available. Because, like, I have a lot of runes I should probably, like, fix. Alright, so, Club and Exceptional version. Spaces, 1 stars.
Grant, Belk just said he's got a soul rune.
Oh! Okay, hang on. So, let me grab the Rel again. Let me grab... Thank you for the perfect emerald. And then... Where is...
At least it wasn't my perfect cell.
Alright, so... What was it? Yep, so Ral, and then thing... Alright, cool. So, ding, ding, ding. Are you in the game?
Yeah,
I'm right
Belk is
beside
here.
you. Hello.
Oh, sorry. Alright, so... Just... Yeah. Did you drop soul?
Alright,
or...
and... Soul.
There you
There you go. Alright, cool. Alright, let's see how this works, chat. Are we back from advertising? Oh, we're back in 7 seconds. Alright, hang on.
Let's give it a second so chat can be all like, ooh.
Ooh, be here for, like, you know, whether... This is either gonna go really well or really poorly. Welcome back from the advertisements, chat. So, apparently there's a recipe. By using a Ral, a soul, and a perfect emerald with a normal set weapon, we're gonna make it into an exceptional version. Now,
Let's see how it goes.
yep, let's see how it goes. Because I'm not using this War Scepter right now, and we're gonna see what happens when we transmute it.
Level 30.
God fucking damn it. I thought it would only go up like 5 levels. I didn't think it would go up like double.
I mean, yeah, level 30. I mean,
What level am I? 28. Fuck's sake.
I mean, you got 2 more levels. By that time, you'll be able to use
I'm
it.
halfway through 28, so yeah, alright, let's keep going. So, we're going to the, City of Damned, and then we go down to the River of Flame.
This river's on fire.
Alright, so...
How was your doctor's appointment, Val?
Yeah, it was fine. Although, as a fair warning, I did drink a liter of milk and I'm lactose intolerant. We are on a time limit. Let's do this.
Oh my, why
Oh,
are
God.
people like this? Like, Artemis is the same thing as...
The government cannot control me.
The government cannot stop me.
They cannot stop you making poor decisions, apparently.
Belk is my hero.
Here
That's why I'm
I
kinda
am,
glad I
being a
am not
respectable
lactose
boyfriend
intolerant.
and getting, like, dairy-free, chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream. And it's like, oh, thank you
fuck
so
that.
much. And then Velk is just
Oh.
like, I'm drinking a liter of milk. We're going to lock in, boys.
I tried this lactate, like it had lactate-free fucking iced coffee milk thing.
Awful.
Oh, it was terrible. It was terrible.
That's why I
tastes-
say fuck it. I don't care.
I mean, the thing is, though, I was raised for a few years in a vegan household, right?
Hmm.
So, like, I've had soy milks and stuff like that, and they're normally fine. You know? They're normally fine, like soy milk and stuff like that. I've had the chocolate ones and all that sort of stuff. They tasted great. This lactate-free shit is just fucking horrible. I wouldn't feed this to my worst enemy.
I would.
Oh, is your
Again,
dude
coward.
also...
Serdadonks88 paid me to say drinks 5 liters of Pepsi. Him making piss.
I'll be real with you. That is me on a daily basis. If I wasn't
drinking 5 liters of Pepsi Max?
I would definitely drink 5 liters of Pepsi Max. That is definitely
You know
in
what's-
the wheelhouse of possibility.
You know what's really tempting at work, and I hate this? The fact that I can actually go over to the bar and use the tap in order to pour myself soft drink.
Oh, the soda gun. Like, have they told you not to do that for your beverages? And you have
Oh
to,
no,
like, pay
I'm
for it?
allowed to. I'm allowed to.
Oh my good Code, you have some strength in you. You have some strength.
Like sometimes they'll have to disconnect it for cleaning and stuff like that. So like I can't do it all the time. But like here's the thing though, because we are a 4-star hotel with multiple conference rooms and things like that, there's not one of those taps in the hotel. There's about 3 or 4 of them. So I can go to any one of them and just go da 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 da.
Do I want to just put a Jewel of Freedom into the scepter right now?
So it gets an increased attack thingy.
I mean, if it would.
I would say
Probably
no, because
not.
you could probably do rune words, which are way better.
Yeah, they're way
But
better.
it's only a 2 socket though. But you can.
Well, there's surely one.
Sorry.
The only ones I've seen were for 3 sockets.
Many of the good ones, I would argue. So like that's the thing. It's like
Alright.
armors can get away with like 2 sockets. And what's more, I do have some 3-socket weapons. They're like swords and things. So this is the problem. It's like like the difference between going through Titan Quest is like me and Code, we're definitely like, you know, playing Titan Quest off stream and such like that and learning things and doing the collectibles and such. Whereas with Diablo 2 or, you know, quite frankly just Diablo overall, like I have not put offline grinding. I got back into the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. I am going through that. I'm going through the cosmic exploration and I'm increasing the level of my crafters. It's amazing. Hey, look,
Ooh,
plate
a
mail.
plate mail. I'll take that.
I'll
Oh, I
take
can't take it. I'm out. Oh, wait, hang on.
I'm overburdened. God damn it. What, how am
take
I
it.
overburdened?
Hang on. No, I got it. Oh, never mind.
I got it.
Because I'm picking up mana
Oh.
potions.
I don't got
Bad?
it.
Let's have a
Whoops,
look.
it slipped.
Ooh.
Are you looking at like equipment right now while I'm dealing with the maggots?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. does the same thing whenever I'm trying to do stuff.
All good. No, I was just.
He is literally a pet class. He's allowed to do it.
Yeah.
Where's
His
the
DPS doesn't change.
Where's the hammer?
It didn't drop. Who was the host of this one?
Me. I was the host.
Yeah, that's why.
Oh, it needs to be. Okay. Sorry. All right. So we need to leave
Let's
this.
teleport back then.
Yeah. Dink. Oh wait, claws. Can I pick up the claws?
I can't.
Whoa, you are shiny and yellow at the moment, Velk.
That's not me.
Then whose
First off-
Amazon is that?
Rude. Secondly, that's my pet.
Oh.
Alright.
Okay, I think I can sell at least one line of these potions.
Is there anything we can do about the jewels, Velk, to, like, you know, not make them suck? Or is it just a case of selling them?
There is a recipe for it, but I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Okay, so there is a recipe for jewelry. Like, there's a recipe for
jewels, yes.
jewelry, but, like, they're
For
all...
jewels, yeah.
Yeah, not gems, jewels.
For gems, too.
Okay, here's the problem. There's jewels, and then there's gems, alright? So, hang on a sec. So,
Yes.
like, a ruby, that's a gem. I'm talking about something like the Jewel of Freedom. Goddamn, I need to go to the... Sigarn used to give a cosmic aura for wearing full 6-piece, but it was removed as the game developed. Ah, that would have been so... Goddamn it, I need to go to the bathroom. I am so sorry. I need to go piss.
How dare you need to use the toilet? All right, go piss, girl.
Go piss.
While Grant is pissing, let's destroy everything that he loves.
Give me a few minutes, and I'm sure the milk will help with that.
I swear to God, if I hear one toot from you coming over the microphone, I'm fucking out. All right, I'll start up a game as well while we're waiting for Grant.
Yeah, we can speedrun that.
I'll just
Just take off the S in the game name, and should be good.
yeah. That's all I was gonna do. And then just get the password from our password thingy. Hamtaro. That shit is now stuck in your brain hole. Hamtaro. God damn it, Artemis! Oh, I'm so glad they let me keep the golem between games.
Yeah, that would be,
Especially since I used a really, really good spear for him. Alright, we'll go to City of the Damned.
And I'll get you some corpses.
Thank you.
Where's my Valkyrie, though? Where's my parade?
Do you remember anything about the spear you used code? No. It was ethereal. I think it gave a little bit of life and stuff, but no. There we go. Now I can use it. Fun fact, since you used an ethereal item, your golem has ethereal appearance, but is entirely cosmetic. I know.
Oh, Rainbow Parade over here.
Oop, I think your Amazon just died.
Yeah, I resummoned it, apparently. I don't have any control of when I summon it.
Why don't you have any control over when you summon it?
Because I don't have the skill. It's on my weapon.
Oh!
I'm not level 30. I can't summon it normally.
And there's a stag bow there.
There you go.
don't see anything else here of any sort of significance.
Alright.
So, equip the hammer.
Now we kill Dibbles?
Yep, well, let's wait for Grant first.
But we still gotta get there first.
Well, and Grant's gonna come back into this game, too.
Yeah. Like, we've still gotta get to the area first.
Well, Coach
Yeah.
not in the waypoint, so you know there's that. Hello, Yoshi,
Well,
Swell
we had to
Zebra,
read-
and a Dark Knight. Are you a Dark Knight, Velk? Is that who you are?
What?
Is that what
In
you're?
14.
Velk, I got a bow for you.
You don't.
Velk has
Are you
been
sure?
very confident about his bow. I'm gonna be real with you.
Okay.
Okay, compare the pair.
Same income, same
No,
super contribution.
it's not the same. It's just not the same.
Okay, hang on.
Same super contribution.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you,
Now
but
can
I'm good.
now, can I have my bow back? What bow?
All right. Sorry, I just need to move the what's Methuzzi's out of the way.
Oh, I'll keep that one.
Ding. And then, all right. So save and exit.
Just bear with me a second. I am just going to put some. Ooh, I actually have enough for another.
All right. So is it just the same name and password? We just need to
Just remove the S.
Yes. What were you talking about with the Dark Knight thing?
someone in the chat, Ego Jalapeno, hello Yoshi, Swell Zebra, and question mark a Dark Knight? Like, what is? Are you a Dark Knight, or because you're a Reaper in the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and the tantalizing Stormblood and the player favorite at Shadowbringers up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime. But is that what you are?
No, Arak is a fighter.
This is his D&D character.
Oh.
Also, I just heard the dollar coin drop into your money box there, Grant.
Man, that would be so great.
Just like every time he does it, this
Square Enix, you could be just give me a little more, okay? Just give me a little more, and I'll make it full time just playing Final Fantasy XIV. I will start an entire character fresh if you will sponsor me and have me like needing to try and go through the free trial all over again just so I can get paid for this whole spiel.
He'll do it. He'll do it.
Oh, no, absolutely. I would. Here's the problem is that if I didn't have a full-time job or like really, really bad autism, I probably could have been a fucking wizard of a streamer with silly ideas and what have you. Any whoosies. We are heading over to the River of Flame.
Yeah.
Yep, back over here.
All right.
Let me know when one of you is level 29, and I will give you a nice chest piece.
That'll be Grant in the next second, but his is probably a bit, his set's a bit more powerful than mine
Do we
is,
talk
so...
to Hadriel or?
You don't have to, but...
Because we're meant to pick up a mace or something like that for
No, I've already done that.
That's already done.
Oh, that's already done? Okay.
Yeah.
We ran through that quickly while you were on the toilet.
Yeah, no, I was fighting for my life on the crapper. I'm gonna be real with you. Have you like?
Why do they call it a restroom when you're fighting for your life in there the entire time?
It's because like there should be like sometimes it is basically just a moment of respite. Like boss makes a dollar while I make a dime. That means I shit on company time. Like that happens. But when it's like there was just something today. I was fighting for my life. You ever look back in the bowl to like see what the fuck has decided to ruin your bowels?
No!
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 What do you mean no? What do you mean no?
No!
Abso-fucking-lutely not!
Although I do remember this one time as a kid when my sister came out, I was like, I dropped a pudding. Like, yeah. My sister was so proud of the shit she took.
Were you about to say I dropped a pudding?
No. I was gonna go into detail, but I was like, probably best not to.
I love Bookie's like too much information, and then right afterwards from Super Bases, they have and they're opting not to admit it. It's karma for making comments about lactose intolerant people still eating lactose.
Yeah, like, I know what I'm about. I know what havoc I've wrought upon me. I don't need to see it a second time.
Yeah. Those poor people lacking all those toes.
No, it's just... Alright.
Make sure you pick up as many potions as you can, Grant.
Oh, yeah, because...
I mean, between the lot of us, we should be able to kill Diablo pretty easily, but still.
Yep.
Oh my god, they drain mana. Why do they drain mana? You shitheads.
That's why I don't like them.
Did you see it?
Greater mana, super mana, flaw.
have
Hey, large charm!
rejuvenation.
And another large charm. Hi there, Sir Dragon. I checked to see what was so
Grant.
hard to push out. Usually feels big, but turns out to be a little nugget. Yeah, no. Sir Dragon gets me. Sir Dragon gets me.
It's that fight for your life, and all you hear is the...
Exactly. Man, throwing me under the bus like that earlier, but you understand.
I'm not gonna throw you under the bus. I'm gonna hold you under the bus for that.
No, if anything, we were going to throw you under the train.
Hey, look, a towel rune. Greater mana, super healing,
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, I am pretty good on my potions. What about the rest of yous? Oh, actually.
Yeah, I'm pretty right at the moment.
What's a potion?
Alright,
Plus, with enough of them laying around, we should be pretty well right.
yeah, well, I'm just grabbing them, so then that way, like, they get... So that way they're, like, a little bit closer to the battle arena. Why am I so slow? God damn you.
Oh, I don't need a...
What in the world?
You just ate shit there. What the fuck happened to you?
That was a bit strange.
Thanks.
I saw your health go from full to 0.
Thanks.
Something just decided to not play nice with me.
Yeah, something put one of the curses on you.
There we go. I see Code is now joined with me as well. Like, your Skelly boys helped. I'm gonna grab that greater healing. Ooh.
I can't carry anymore.
Thank you for the hug, Wolf.
How many breastplates is that? Hang on.
Oh, well, if anyone needs it for the upcoming fight.
Sorry, I'm just gonna put... I have so many, like... Alright, hang on. What's this? Oh, it's one-socketed? No, thanks. And then there's a ruby amulet that does fire resistance. And then there's a war
This is the last one. Hang on. Grant, you might want to get over here, because this is the last one the thingos.
Alright then, cool.
I'm going to pop a portal down here to be on the safe side.
Yep, sounds good. Do you want me to... I'll drop all the magic potions that I had here. So...
Wait till these guys are all dead first.
They're all dead.
There you go.
Alright, let's go deal with Diablos.
Death can save you from me.
Alright, alright.
Okay, rude. Dibbles.
Holy crap.
Okay, this is going a little bit better than last time, I'll be frank with you. No, it's not! Now it is. Okay, I'm good. Yay! If it helps, Grant, shift plus left click will slot from your inventory to an appropriate belt slot. Ah.
I'm gonna identify this giant sword and probably use it to rebring my golem back. Faster attack speed, maximum damage, damage against demons, mana stolen per hit.
Oh, Grant, you are now level 29. Would you like the ability to summon a woman on striking?
Summon a what? Sorry? A woman?
A woman.
A-
Yes, a woman.
Yeah.
Would that be
A woman?
would that be the breastplate that you had?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better to give that to me rather than Grant at this point? Because given the fact that, you know, his Sigurd set can pretty much get him through most of the game.
Well, are you level 29?
Not yet. I'm 26.
Well, either or. It's a spare.
Oh, okay.
It's striking, so I don't know if it applies on spells.
Well, Grant, you can have a look at it if you want. I mean, it's lower level than what you've got.
Also, it breaks my set. 2%
But it does give crit.
Level 15 Valkyrie on striking. 4% chance to cast level 5 slow missile when struck.
That's 15 skill points into Valkyrie, by the way, not just a level 15.
Yeah. 2 to the Amazon tree. Why the Amazon tree? What?
Because this is meant for Amazons, but you can absolutely use it.
So, because you're using Shao Thul Am, which makes peace, is what
Yes.
made it do that.
Yes. The faster hit recovery is nice. You get the crit, you get cold resist, you get the lady, you get slow missiles whenever you're struck. Sometimes.
But I like my green being all together. I'm weird like that.
That's okay. You can give it to Code. I'm sure Code will be
I'm
happy
over
to
in
summon a lady.
the I'm over in the thingo, by the way. So
Cool. I'm just gonna.
you didn't drop it?
Okay. Let me.
Hang on, I'll come get it.
Okay, there we go.
And I'll put it in here for now.
Yes.
I might put that to good use.
Savage stag bow of
actually.
flame.
That's a point.
Plus,
Can I try something with that?
You want to put it on your mercenary, don't you?
I kind of want to see if that works. I don't think it would. But I kind of want to see.
Well, we can give it a try and see.
Greetings.
I was actually just better than what he's got. Okay.
Better than what he's got, then put it on him.
Strength.
Until you're level 29, and then absolutely we'll swap it around.
Sorry, I'm just having a look at some keys.
Strike on this
Lightning.
area. I'm gonna Google that.
Actually, does it give me the plus lightning in here? So, I've got these.
Okay.
Let me move out of the way so then that way I'm not like bothering you.
No, you're all good now.
Alright. Private stash. 'Cause I got a few charms. Got a lot of charms. But yeah, so.
Grant's very charming.
Oh, if it helps. Yep, so that did help. Eat my cheat meal for the week. Don't snitch. All good, ego. Excuse me.
Iron Golem lives 2 lives. I am invincible! Ah, heck no, I need another Iron Golem.
But yeah, oh yeah, Super Base, you had something to say about my jewels. Because yeah, I got all these jewels here and I need to figure out what to do with them.
Ooh. I'm gonna go through the portal and get ready for the second act, or for the next act.
Mm-hmm.
I'll wait for you at the door.
We've already done this. I'm not gonna watch the cutscenes. If you guys want to watch the cutscenes, go back and watch from our previous VODs.
Sometimes you'll get a high-level jewel with terrible properties, usually to do a very low roll, or in the case of the rare, not enough of them. You can re-roll any magic or rare jewels by using the following Herodric recipe. The properties you get will be entirely random, but they may be significant improvements over what you got initially. Jewels and small are by far the more important targets of their conversion. Re-rolling with multiple does not guarantee that you'll get as many as the one you had before. Jewel with 4 isn't guaranteed to get 4 in a roll. It's random. 1 magic item plus 3 perfect gems. Ah, what? Low quality rare conversion is 1 rare item plus 6 perfect souls. High quality rare is 1 rare item, 1 soul if joined. Ah.
Okay, 1 second. I'm just gonna. A necromancer.
Okay, so there isn't really a way of dealing with, like, shitty jewels unless you have, like, you know, really, really good, gems to re-roll them or something like that.
Yeah, and then I think it's based on your level, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Unless you say you want it. Nah, don't tell me anything then, Super Base.
Alright. So Velk and I are just waiting by the gate because we'll have to redo the catapults.
Yep. I will put you away here. Dink, dunk, dunk.
I'm gonna laugh if your dude summons a woman.
Same.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it would, but I don't know it wouldn't.
Yes, warrior.
Okay.
My Valkyrie's stuck. You have Frida.
Alright. Oh, and I got a level.
Nice. I still haven't figured out, like, what I'm gonna put my skill points towards. And I've got 7 of them now.
Well, I mean, you can always, like I said, you can always reset and look at a build that you might like and go, okay, well...
Is there a limit to
here's
how
an
many
idea.
times I can reset, or can I do that
Once.
Once.
Once per act.
Oh, once per act, really?
Well,
Yes.
I haven't done it for any of the previous acts. So do those, like, you know, roll
Oh,
over?
no, as in,
Ariana?
like, sorry, once per difficulty. My bad, I misspoke.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
So, normal, nightmare, and hell, you have 3 resets. If you get to hell, which...
No. Like, I'll be frank with you.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not one of them kind of masochists. And it's not like I'm playing this, like, offline by myself where if there was, like, something worth doing and I was getting frustrated that I'm just like, all right, let me just open up Cheat Engine and give myself infinite health or some bullshit. It's like, nah. Not even. Well, I'm surviving these guys a lot better. Alright, and then grab the war sword. Ooh.
Did you guys summon a woman?
Not that I'm aware of yet. But he hasn't been able to get close to enemies. Because as soon as he runs over, he's like, oh, they're dead. And just resets.
Hmm. Okay, you're real far ahead. I didn't realize that.
Oh, sorry, hang on.
No, you're all good. Keep
Oops.
going, because, like, I've already technically gone through all this. Like, we did that on the last stream, so... This is ketchup. Or ketchup.
Make like a tomato and ketchup.
That's good. I like that.
That's a good one. Can't argue with that one. Oh, a yellow falchion.
Ooh. Nice.
And a yellow war axe. I'll take it.
Hang on.
There we go, I got it.
All good, thank you. Oh, this is a terrible void. There we go, so reload. Keep no more than 10 for cube crafting. Okay. Well, I'll probably need to like reinvestigate all the cubes I grabbed because some of them are shit.
Sapphire.
One slot, don't matter. One slot, don't matter. Alright, there's the demon we gotta kill.
Nice! I just got a 2-socketed Gothic plate.
Ooh, nice, nice, nice.
Harrogat is free of your kind, demon.
Lazarus will add sockets to the item of your choice. Ah, okay, I need to be mindful of that. And then a weird composite bow.
As a note, because it doesn't tell you, he will always add the maximum amount of sockets that item can take.
Ah, okay. So wait, could I do that to a set item then?
No, I believe it's only a normal item.
Damn, okay. And then these are the frigid highlands.
Hang on, I'm just getting rid of the catapult and...
Alright, I'm just heading back to base, heading to the private stash.
Is that the Frigid Highlands portal over here?
It's just up the stairs, yeah, and then on the left.
Yep, got it.
Alright, Deckard.
Greetings.
Gonna go talk to this guy.
Wow, this is a shit composite bow.
What do you need?
info, it just says choose the item that you want, so yeah, you can, I guess. Okay. I'm learning things.
You can do it to set and such items. Oh, cool. Thank you, Super Base. It just won't have the same number of slots as normal items. For set and unique, he only ever adds 1 slot. Okay.
And you will also never be able to put a rune word into it because it's not a normal word. But if that matters.
Because, again, 1 slot. Like, you can't make a word with 1 rune.
Well, even if you added it 3 different times, you still couldn't do it because it's not a normal item.
Okay. So if I...
Well, there we go.
I could have him, like, put, like, however many for the cruel Nash on this thing, which is... Oh, this has throwing damage.
If anyone wants this for their guy,
I'm gonna sell that. Keep you. No, actually.
now I got some good stuff. Grant, I dropped the stealth split mail if you want that for your Dudo.
I think my Dudo... Yeah, I'm wearing... Oh, he's wearing Isenheart stuff. Like, I got him wearing,
then
like, the
never mind.
full Isenheart gear. Like, that's why I'm, like, worried about him.
Yeah, well, I'll just get rid of it then.
All good. Alright,
By chance, guards. We're really good. Oh. Grant?
Yeah?
You would be the correct level for those Greaves now.
hang on. Which Greaves? The
ones with 2 to Vigor.
Ah, okay. Nice.
Wouldn't that also break up his set?
It would.
It would.
It would, but, like, there's, like... Here's the thing, is, like, I probably need to have a look at, like, wearing other things within its... Actually, hang on. Like, personal stash. All right. Get rid of the stag bow here. I need to sell that. This ancient pledge has a higher defense, but lower chance to block. 10 damage taken goes to mana. But Sigurd's Guard does +1 to all skills, though.
Hang on, Sigurd's... Like the set bonus, or...?
No, Sigurd's own, like, shield. The Sigurd's Guard just does +1 to all skills.
Okay, then you can keep that one.
Yeah.
That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, so... Yeah, I'm gonna keep that shield on. So, this shield, Ancient's Pledge with Ral Orttal, I don't know, like, whether I'd use it or not. It's got some good resistance, though. Cold, lightning, fire, and poison. And enhanced defense, like
it's
if
good survivability.
Yeah, it's probably a case of, yeah, keep that. I've got this 3-slot foul. Milabrega's rod. I'm keeping the rod because I've only just, like, done the little bit. So yeah, I'll probably sell the flail. I've got a 3-slot double axe. Actually, hang on. The flail has, like... God damn it. Hang on. I just need to... Let me put my gems away. So, there's another diamond. And then this is a chipped thingamadoog. But yeah.
If I had a dull low, I could do a 2-socketed wand. And of course, I think the wand I've got's a lot better anyway, so...
Alright, so looking at my personal... So yeah.
Yeah, one to all necromancer skills, so not much of a point.
So I've got a 3-slot longsword and a double axe. The longsword is 3 to 19. The double axe is 5 to 13. I think I'll sell the double axe. Because having, like, multiple weapons with, like, 3 slots is not worth for me, I think. Keep the breastplate. So that's the personal stash figured out. Meanwhile, first slot into the shared is just filled to the brim. I've got a superior giant's axe. Actually, hang on a sec. Dink, dunk, bam.
Soul gives me bone, which is a level 47.
Which may be a little out of reach. Just a little.
Just a bit at the moment, yeah, a little out of reach. But he gives me 2 to Necromancer skill, 15% chance to cast level 10 Bone Arm when struck, 15% chance to cast level 10 Bone Spear on striking, which I think means I need to actually hit the opponent.
Oh, okay. This Grand Scepter, 2 to Vigor, 2 to Lightning, to resist riding, +1 to charge, 50% damage. Okay, it's doing a lot of pluses into random places. Because, like, all of these pluses... Yeah, because all of these pluses are unfortunately a case of, like, oh, I need to activate that ability to get the benefit, which is pain.
Yeah.
Alright.
Huh.
Another
Healer.
double axe with no bonuses.
Level
We'll
35.
get rid of that.
Cleansing, shield low Tal. Cleansing aura when equipped.
Alright, so I'll keep the flail, because the flail does, like, additional things. This axe I will get rid of. And then I've got a 2-socket chainmail. So this thing has 65 defense. This thing has 74, though. Is it worth keeping the lower defense but higher socket as opposed to the chainmail?
Well, so another hidden thing apparently in this game is that different armors reduce your movement speed and recovery rate differently.
Oh, Jesus.
I didn't know about this until, I think, last week when I looked it up, and I'm like, huh, this never came up.
This game just really likes to... Alright. Keep you
just
to...
hide things.
Carrion Wood, a short spear that does enhanced damage, +2 to attack rating, adds 1 to 14 lightning damage, poison over time, and poison resistance. Okay, that's kind of surprising. Didn't know I had that. But I'm not using it, so that's going to be sold. And then... Alright. Get rid of you guys. Next. Trade and repair. Sorry, I'm just cleaning up my stash at this point. Oh, another 3-socketed breastplate. Jesus. Alright. 79, 65. Alright. Increase maximum durability by 10%, socket 3, plus 15% enhanced. Yeah, alright, so this breastplate I can get rid of. In the event that I finally get, you know, a 3-socket word that will work brilliantly for it. And then these are gauntlets. Alright, so I got 2 different kinds of magic gauntlets. One that increases finding better magic items by 13%, and another that gives 5% chance to cast Nova. I could make, using hands, feet, and helmet, I can have a 25% chance, or 20% chance of casting a level 3 Frost Nova when struck.
That's not bad.
That's kind of funny. Alright, I'll get rid of the magical item improver gauntlets. Because that's better for, like, an alt build. Actually, no, I'll keep that for the alt build, and I'll just put it into, like... God, I need to make another character just for magical item grabs, then. Alright, so we got a superior mace.
That's how it gets you.
Yep.
Yeah, give it a hug.
Oh, wait, no, that's 2 slots.
That's how they continue to draw you in, just like, ooh, I can make an alt out of this.
Yep. Alright. I'm getting rid of these 2 slots, because some of them are cool. Like this one here, 5% chance to cast level 3 Ice Bolt on attack. But, like, it's a really low one-handed damage, and yeah, I would need to upgrade it. This maul is 2-handed.
Anyone has a 2-socketed helm. All I would need is Ort and Soul, which I've got Ort.
I ran out of soul.
I do not.
Done.
Also, I need to sell this as well. Actually, hang on.
That's alright. Also, Qual Keck wants to talk to us too before we head off.
Yeah. Okay, hang on.
Oh, someone's already talked to him.
What?
No? Oh. Find the soldiers in the Frigid Highlands. Okay.
Dink. All right.
Okay, yeah, rescuing the soldiers will unlock the ability to get barbarians. Your Amazon's armor color keeps changing, which is interesting.
Actually, yeah, that's red now. Why?
Because it went from red to gold to silver at one point.
I'm guessing that it's just different summons of her? I just didn't know that was a thing.
You want to know about the Valk armor? Nah, all good.
All good. Sorry, I just... Alright. There. I sold off a lot of nonsense. Oh, Stagbow, I can get rid of you as well. Alright, so we're heading to the frigid what's-mahoozies next?
Yep.
Alrighty. I've also got rid of all of my charms as well, so we'll see how well I survive this.
Grant's no longer a charming person.
Oh no. Alright. I gotta remember to grab only supers. Ah, this little rascal is running away.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, these fuckers. The demon imps.
Nice.
What did you guys just get?
Oh. Well, I mean, I can show you, but you're not gonna want it.
Nah. Oh, you
Yeah.
can have it back.
I'm gonna leave it on the ground.
I'll take it then. I might be able to use it if my golem dies.
Yeah, sure.
If my golem dies.
So what is
Well,
the case with your
that
golem?
would
You
be-
sacrifice a weapon and it has like a big summons or something?
So I
It takes-
sacrifice the weapon, and it takes on all the stats from that weapon.
Ah, okay. God damn.
Or armor.
Really? Armor works too? I thought it was just weapons.
I thought it was armor. I could be wrong. It's been a while, and I don't often use the iron golem, so...
You guys wandered off very far?
I'm with Velk right
I'm
now.
shooting walls.
I'm staying up to the north.
You went the opposite direction.
God
Well,
damn
that's because
this
I was
game.
checking for any of the dudes.
You know, Diablo, you may have, like, you know, paved the way for this whole, like, you know, roguelike isometric RPG, but Jesus Christ, like, your mapping needs to fix up. Path of Exile is also fucking it over for us. Ooh, breastplate. Oh, 2 slot.
Can't carry anymore.
So, 2 slot greatsword. Actually, I can put you 3 in there. And then... Oh, ethereal. Nah, fuck that. Yeah. Ice golems can be made from any metal item, but there are less metal items that aren't weapons than you'd think.
You got a
I
breastplate.
barely understand what he was talking about.
Any metal item, basically.
Can't carry anymore.
Hang on, where are you guys?
Up the mountain.
Not where you are.
Well, slow down a little bit, guys.
Weren't you giving shit to Grant being too slow?
Well, he was giving shit to me because I was giving shit to him about, like, you know, stopping to read the roses and such, which was, like, you know, unfair and uncalled for. You can make an iron golem from Eisenhart's breastplate, technically, he says.
Huh.
Interesting. Well, I don't know if Velk was here for this, but, like, I considered Ironheart, like, a slut because we just kept getting Ironheart shit.
Okay, I'm here now.
There are some set items that drop far more than others.
Oh, there's a portal over here.
2 slot. Dink.
Abaddon.
Wait, hang on. Where?
Hi, Kupo.
Is there
Yeah.
like... Okay. What in the world? Alright, we're going in.
I mean, could get us some goodies.
Ooh, boy. We're back in hell. We're no longer in the cold.
Hi, Kupo. How you doing?
Hi there, Kupo. Ooh, a large charm. +5 to mana. Oh.
Yeah, I'd take a small charm for that, not a large one.
In hell, there's a shrine for frost resistance. Yay.
I mean,
Yeah,
you never know
what
when it
way
might
is this
freeze
going?
over.
There's a Pepsi, there's a bottle of Coke in my way, so...
I can carry you.
This Blood Lord is looking very much like a Minotaur. Weren't they supposed to be like flying fuckers? The fuck is an Alpha Helm? Druid
Variant.
only, 3 slots, +1 to Tornado, +1 to Twister. I'm gonna hold that for Code's other character.
Yeah, yeah.
Twister triggered.
Sorry?
Twister. Oh my god.
Is it a good?
So in one of the ultimates, that's an ability where if you say that, like out loud, everyone does a specific movement. It is ingrained in people.
Alright, grab the jewel. Two-handed sword, repeating cross... Oh, actually, hang on. So I have a heavy crossbow. And then there's a repeating crossbow, which I'm imagining is smaller? Alright, hang on. I am going to town portal here.
Okay.
Just so I can talk to Deckard with some of the items that I have on whether or not to hit them. That's a heckin' good helmet for normal. Yeah, that's what I was... That's why I'm holding it for Code. And then...
I mean, I'm not based on character.
So, once Code is back, I'll give it to him.
Libre.
So... Alright. Viper Reaver. 20% increased attack, 28% enhanced damage, 112 to attack rating, plus 47% damage to undead, plus 51 to attack rating against undead, adds 5 to 57 lightning damage. What the fuck is this axe? Could I put slots in this thing?
Actually, I'm going to quickly head back to town as well, Velk, so that way Grant's got a portal here.
There's a... Okay.
Yep. Greaves of Light. I'm gonna sell those greaves, quite honestly. Oh, actually, since you're here, Code, I can give you this helmet. The Alpha Helm.
Afternoon.
Just, okay, I might be able to make something out of that.
Lapis Lazuli Jewel of Wrath. +6 to maximum damage, cold resistance 15. Also, I need to double check. So this is a 2-slot sword to sell, and that's a war axe. 3-slot. I'm gonna sell the axe.
Nice.
And then... 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Alright,
Oh, I didn't have an L rune. That's the first one. Alright. Oh, there was already one there by you. Okay, well, never mind then.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering why you summoned one.
Because I'm an idiot, okay? Fuck you.
I was gonna say something, but I was like, nah, he'll figure it out.
Figure you out in a second.
Good luck, I haven't figured me out yet.
Alright, so there's a perfect diamond there and a perfect skull. Sorry, I just have like so much bullshit in me right now. Alright,
That's right. We're not going too far away from Abaddon. We're just going around the edges of it.
Yep. Okay.
Out the edge.
So we got a large shield there. I can probably get rid of the large shield. Imp splitter 2. Okay, so I could probably. Do I want to make this Viper Reaver into a slotted weapon? You wouldn't spend Lazarus on that yellow axe, but it's probably impressive enough to use. Your upgraded Mila is going to completely smash it. Okay, so let me just level up then. And I completely missed the recycling bin. There's a bin and a recycling bin, and it missed both.
Hey Code, how often
There we
can
go.
you spam your teeth?
I mean, with you right next to me, pretty often.
Okay.
Alright, So wait, where are you guys?
We're just outside Velk's portal.
Oh, the portals are up here, god damn it. Velk. There we go.
I think if you don't free any of the barbarians, the guy yells at you, by the way.
We did free them though, right?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, because they just like disappeared from my screen, so I was a bit worried.
You gotta rescue some more of them. There's still at least 5 more of them to rescue.
You cannot complete this quest in this game, you can complete it by creating a new game. I think it might be done for you.
My god, why is this beast so tanky? Fuck off.
Oh yeah, you cannot complete this game. You gotta create a new game.
I
Oh,
did not
wait,
say that.
No, it says return to Quellcake for your reward.
Oh, now it says mine that too, so...
Indecisive.
Are we all good? Oh, hi there, Paradox Mother.
Yep. Hey, Paradox, how you doing?
Super healing. Thank you.
Going raids on Destiny 2 right now. How goes Diablo? Goes well.
Nice. I don't get Destiny 2. Why did they vault like previous like expansions? Like that makes no sense.
I mean, they basically ruined the game, unfortunately.
I feel like because of them doing that, it's like you just sort of guarantee that everyone is going to be risk averse into joining a game and feeling lost. I think it's just done that. Like I'll be frank with you. If Final Fantasy,
it doesn't
go on.
It doesn't really make me want to jump in as a new player.
Yeah, because it's like it will make reference to Wed War, I imagine, and stuff like that. But it's like I can't play those things. I can't play those expansions. I can only play what is currently available, and they get rid of shit. Okay, this Crush Beast is really annoying. They just throw fire at me the entire time. There we go.
Ethereal.
Rejuvenation, super healing. Oh, ethereal? Fuck that.
Wow, that did not look like a way forward.
Super, greater,
Hi,
greater.
barista. How you doing?
Hello, barista. Welcome, welcome.
Not more shoutouts to give.
Alright,
You just woke up? Nice. Did you sleep well?
where are we now? Oh, the Ariat Plateau. Okay. Ooh. Oh, you already grabbed it. Okay.
Leave it on the ground. Leave it on the ground. It bad. Leave it.
The ruby amulet?
Yeah.
Like, how bad is it?
34% fire resistant.
Oh.
It's not impressive.
I got something new, if you saw. I don't think I have seen it, but share it over to me.
Yeah, I've not seen Where Barista in a good while. I've been kind of like out of it of sorts.
Yeah, they just sent me, I think, a GIF they've got.
What?
Okay.
No,
GIF.
it's too early in the morning for this shit.
Oh, I want that GIF. I want a GIF like that. I want one like that because I think everyone would use it if I got one. It's a belly smoosh one for anyone who wants to know.
Okay. Have we found a portal? Because we're in a new
Not
area,
recently.
and I feel like this is a portalable area.
Oh, those are friendly
I'm
skeletons.
about Turley. I really need to message Turley and say, hey, I want some of these.
Alright. Yoink. Oh, there's a quest with, someone. Rescue on Mount
Oh.
Arrest.
Oh, is that back in town, is it?
Yeah, it is. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, that thing. Yeah, hang on. I'll teleport. Where'd you drop your portal?
Just south of you, I think.
What do you need?
Screw it, I'm just dropping a portal here.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Same friend and artist did this. Ah, nice.
Alright.
There is a matter which
Alright,
I
talk to
hesitate share.
Thingo, I guess.
I believe you are the only one who can help me now. Anya, the
In a
young
second, when everyone's ready to talk to them.
One of our slain elders has been missing for some time. She is a strong, crafty woman.
Anya.
With a spirit like no other. One night, just before your arrival, I overheard her and Nilathak arguing about her father's death. The next morning,
Okay, that belly drum is real cool.
Nilathak has his
It's a good one, isn't it?
as to
Yeah.
where she went and why.
Look for Anya in the crystalline passage of the frozen river. Okay.
I fear he's at the river.
See, I need gifts like that.
Search for Anya and bring her back to us. She'll know what
Uh,
to do about me.
It goes, barista.
Oh wow, he gave us a whole pile of gems. He gave me a whole pile of
Who did?
runes. What's his name? You might have gotten them too from your.
Yeah, he gives you Ort Raltal.
What does that
Ral,
make?
Ort, and Tal. I
That's
think.
the shield.
Yeah, I think I had that before,
Really?
didn't I?
Yeah, it's a shield with yes amount of resistances.
Yeah.
What route? Oh, hang
Yeah.
on. Let me have a look. Is it a low level one?
You can wear it right now, I believe. It's only for shields, though.
Hang on.
So yeah, so I can like put it on this shield right now, this heretic shield. But I already have a shield that does it, so we're all Tal already.
Sort. by level.
Mm-hmm.
Level 25, Alt Rail Tau.
Ancient's Pledge. Your guys from another stream mentioned that. Yeah, Velk mentioned it. Velk's not streaming right now. Velk is just a moderator who is disgustingly knowledgeable about Diablo, but doesn't know when his Kara Regio is due. He's done this on stream where he has been a godsend, a font of knowledge, but nothing.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Nothing from Whatsamahoozie's real life stuff. Isn't that right, Velk?
Yeah. Yeah. 14 as well. I'm good with 14.
Yeah. So.
Don't get me into a fighting game though. I will lose. I will lose to the easiest computer.
No, that's
I
fair.
just
That's,
can't do it.
I'm the same. I haven't finished Street Fighter 6 because other shit.
I need to get Street Fighter 6.
Now, is it worth putting the Berserker gear on?
Oh, have you got the Barbarian, did you? Oh, yeah, you can.
No,
You can hire them.
You can hire them. Where do you go to hire them again?
Qual Quack.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna put the I'm gonna put the.
I mean, for
shield
you
on
at
the
this point, Grant, it's not really gonna matter because I mean, you've got the ice dude, so it doesn't matter if you trade up. It's just the only ones that are giving any bonus buffs is Velks and mine.
Yeah.
Although the Barbarian though will look like they've got shouts, so they've got taunt. You've got things like taunt, iron skin, stun. So they've got taunt, which enrages monsters to attacking them. Is their main thing.
God, I got so much.
And some of them will have things like allows you to swing 2 weapons at once. Each successful attack increases overall speed. So Frenzy's not a bad one. If you want one with Frenzy that'll go after monsters pretty quickly.
Sorry, I'm just grabbing some of these jewels and I'm gonna be selling them because some of them only have like one thingy-majiggy on them, which, you know, not worth. And then this jewel, Stone Whirl, plus 19 to attack rating, adds 1 to 13 lightning damage, 20 damage.
That's a JoJo reference.
Stone Whirl?
I don't know, it just sounds like a JoJo reference.
Hiring him will delete. Yeah, so I would need to like take off the previous gear and such like that. Any whoosies. I need to sell these jewels to Lazark.
There
we go. And then
I'll put that to good use.
oh,
Look at my nicely neat and organized gems, Grant. Look at how nice and neat and organized they all are.
all right, so I got everything off of that guy. Qual Zarek, I need to talk to you to hire someone new. Hire.
I'd go someone with Frenzy, because that seems like it's going to be a little bit more useful.
Frenzy, Iron Skin, and Taunt?
They'll all have Taunt by the looks of it.
Yeah, they all have Taunt, so it's a question of...
So you've either got Frenzy, which increases speed, overall speed, requires them to have 2 weapons.
It doesn't look like you can get Frenzy with Stun, so it looks like anyone with Frenzy has Iron Skin.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go for Brom. Why won't you let me... This will replace your current one. Yes. Alright, so now...
Now you have a big, tall, dark, and handsome man.
I will zap you.
I will accept Taser on that one.
Alright, so... All right. Nope. God damn. Why is...
I can't use that.
What? The Barbarian cannot use... Excuse me?
What weapon are you trying to give him?
The Barbarian? I'm trying to give him the Berserker's Hatchet, which is an axe.
Because he's got 2 swords. You'd think he'd be able to use them.
What in the...
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good
Okay, so he can wear those 2, so he gets 220. But for whatever reason, he can't... Requires 43 strength. He has the strength requirement. One hand.
What's his level?
29. And then this requirement is 3.
I can't use that. I can't use that. I can't
Try
use
this sword. See if it is a sword thing.
I'll put that to good use.
Yeah, he can use that sword. That is ridiculous. I can give him eyes. Honestly, just give him the Eisenheart set at that point again.
What
Jeez.
about... Can he do two-handed sword in one hand? Like the actual barbarian can?
I can't use that.
No.
No.
No? Okay.
It does.
Give him 2 short swords.
He can't even do a single two-handed.
Do 2, do that one, and then... Ah! So he does 2 swords only.
Yeah. They
So for
can't-
some reason he's only doing 2 swords. You can't do an axe with him.
All right. Well, with 2 berserker pieces, he gets plus 50 to life. With the helmet giving 240 to attack rating and the chest giving 90 to defense. If I give him Eisenheart shit, hang on a second.
I mean, you're better off giving him the what you can of the Eisenheart.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that.
You just can't give him the shield, which would be
60
Eisenheart's parry.
resistance, 150 attack. Nah, he still benefits from.
to good use. I'll put that to good use.
He still benefits from like 2 pieces of the berserker. It's just for whatever reason he's just.
Well, then just find 2 really good short sword, single-handed swords to give him.
Yep.
I mean, you've got a whole pile of them there in your inventory.
I do. I have Angelic Sickle and Demon. I'm gonna give him the. Can he use the mace? Is the question.
Let's find out.
So, because I'll grab. Required dexterity and strength, level 6 minimum. So this does life stolen. So yeah, and you can't use the berserker shit, which is so weird of
That's
you.
a bit of a pain.
Yeah, I wanted to see what a full berserker set would do for him. All right, let's have a look. So, can he use the demon mace? No, he cannot use maces. Can't use
So
maces.
it's only swords.
Yeah. So, Eisenheart gives 20 increased attack speed and 10 to minimum damage. Enhanced damage and hits.
I'll put that to good use.
Yeah, so he can use that. And then the Bramble, so 10 to 25, 2 to 9. Let's see, this is 3 to 8.
I'll put that to good use.
Enhance 4% of life stolen per hit. Plus 75 to attack rating. What's Frenzy doing? Allow you to swing at once. Each successful attack increases your overall speed. Require you to equip 2 swords. Improves defense. Engage a monster into attacking. So it gets huge.
If only I could find the cap that I need for the Necromancer's stuff.
Also, thank you for the swords. Actually, will these be better swords for him? Actually,
I don't know.
let's see. 102 strength, 52 to 90, 38 to 56
Put that to good use.
versus
I'll put that to good use.
41 to 127, 44 to 177. I think these are.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to
Yeah, no, those ones those yellows you found for him are better. So, once more, the incomplete greens are going back into the storage.
When they cry their lonely, lonely tears.
All right. Well, dink, donk. I'm gonna sell this 2-slotted scepter at this point. But yeah, I can now wield like the fuck off huge mace that I made all that time ago. Oh, actually, I can make a.
Alright.
That's 2 flawless emeralds now. All right. Back up here, over into Velk's portal.
Oh.
Oh yeah, there's a catapult right here. My god, my guy is attacking so fast. Oh, another catapult right here. Nice. Not even using.
Oh, not at the moment, Demon Imp, but not Demon, Super Base.
Yeah.
I wonder what you were looking
Since
at.
it's gone, may I give you my
Demon
thoughts
Imps.
on that scepter you had? Oh, the 2 slotted scepter? Yeah. Let me know. You were a good scepter. It was all right. It lasted. Now I've got a super mace. Super healing. Double X and a broadsword. 1 slotted broadsword. No thanks. 2 slotted.
If one of you
short
guys could come and help me with this guy down here.
We are in an entirely different time zone to you, it seems. It had +3 Blessed Hammer, which was like, holy cow for a normal scepter, but maybe not your style. I'd have probably used it. Yeah. Maybe that's why it was good. If I did.
If you're a Hammerden build, absolutely S tier and you keep it. But if you're not, then
Yeah, no, I wasn't. I'm very dumb, okay? I wasn't about to, you know, start throwing like another ability. Like, I like my buffs, like these auras that I have. I just need to set them and forget them. That's how I like to be, is just having a lot of different passives.
Your passives have come in really handy at the moment, so...
Yeah. So, actually, you know what? I think that's what I'll do. Hang on. Offensive auras. So right now, to use fanaticism increases attack speed, and attack rating for you and your party. Requires level 30. All right. I think I know what I want to do. I might need to respec this, but I want to go into fanaticism. It increases the attack rating, my damage, your damage, the attack speed.
Well, yeah. That sounds like a good one.
Yeah.
Well, let's get to a portal thing, and then you can head back over to...
Yeah. Where is the
be
crew?
around here somewhere.
Also, Braum is surviving. He is doing well. Good for you, Braum. All right.
Braum is a good boy.
Yeah, good boy, Braum.
Braum is on the job. To all the League players out there, all 5 of you now.
Why is there so few League players?
Oh, has your Merc summoned an Amazon woman yet?
No, I don't think it's possible.
Aw, what a shame.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
I was hoping, but well.
Could have been good. Because I swear I've seen my guy, like, when he gets hit enough times, Frost Nova going off.
Yeah, but I think that's different compared to...
Striking. Yeah.
Or summoning, another creature.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, look. A portal to the Pit of Archeon.
Alright, Velk, you here?
+3 to concentration. Cool. Not interested.
I'm having trouble getting in the pit. Oh, there we go.
Alright, we're all in the pit. Well, at least Velk and I are in the pit.
Alright, sounds good. I'm trying to get in right now.
Yeah, for some reason it was a bit hard to click. Don't know
Yeah,
what's going on there.
a few of them have been doing that, weirdly enough. I see all of you ranged players are having a meal out of people across the River of Blood. Or River of Fire, sorry.
Hey, look, I would have stayed with my bear, but you kept complaining about my booty getting in the way.
It's good, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, that Night Lord had armor on. Ooh, melee? What's
Yeah,
new?
over to the right of it. Huh?
Oh, minimum damage? Fuck that. God, barely following the combat. Ah, 2 slot. No thanks.
No, Grant's too busy. Grant's too busy playing with his loot.
Yep. Look, I'm a very loot goblin-y person. I feel like Titan Quest has got a pretty good loot system. I think this is probably like why like some roguelikes don't hit my fancy, is because like it doesn't give you a it doesn't do the looting thing. Maybe I need to play Backpack Hero, because apparently that has like looting nonsense to it and it's good.
We just opened up a portal. That was
Oh,
Val.
that was me. Keep going.
2 slots. No. I want to find like 3s and 4s.
One more level and I'll be 29.
And it'll be all yours.
All right,
Well,
so
I'm not sure I'd want to go down from a from the plate that I've got. That's the only thing.
so who do I need to talk to like redo my skills?
Akara.
Yeah.
Back in Act 1?
Yeah.
All right.
Once we're done in here, then you can go back down to her.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
Before you do, though, I have a sword for your merc.
King's Grace. Jesus. Okay.
Let me guess. You made that?
Yeah.
You just. This is why you
Yeah?
keep the Heraldic Cube on you, is so you can just make things on the fly.
No, I just have a lot of runes.
Okay, 4 to 26, 2 to 9, so this is going to the 30 to 28, so instead of doing 64 to 209, they do 76 to 224. Nice.
And it's also got extra attack rating and damage to demons and undead, which is
Very good.
mostly everything.
With the fact
Alright.
that it's doing, like, demons and, like, what's Mahoozies is pretty good. Alright. We're
I'm
opening...
opening up the chest.
That's a few things.
Ooh,
They're real good stuff,
Cool.
though. I'm kind of disappointed.
Oh, key. I'll take the key.
super.
Wow, that ring is awful.
Move all that in there for now, so then I can go bam, boom, bing, dong.
I was gonna turn off my heater quickly.
Alright, 22 life based off character level. Barrow plate mail of the centaur. Eh. Ooh. Pure balance axe of fire. 102% damage to undead, 120. Eh. And
Do we want to? I'll open up a portal.
%10 chance to cast a level 8 firebolt on striking. Huh. Interesting.
Terrible.
Savage Sword of Slaughter. And then this one has random charges of, like, firebolts and what have you. Alright, I'll go through the portal. Identify the things in my... So that was Velk's portal or Code's portal?
Portal.
Mine will get you back outside.
Alright, we'll go through Code's probably again to pick up more of the stuff, because I'm going to be selling.
Afternoon.
I'm just gonna check some of these. Do you need?
Ooh. I now have a perfect topaz.
Perfect.
Ooh.
Kind of crazy.
Crazy. I was crazy once.
Heroes of Hammerwatch. I will put that on the
Oh
list.
god, that game. Holy shit.
Oh, you've played it before?
Sure have.
Would I look forward to it?
It is difficult.
Then I'm not for it then. You're like, if there's anything I've learned about you or Dazarus, difficulty is a fucking spectrum. It is not a fair assessment from you or Dazarus when they're like, it's a little difficult.
It's a little hard, but you'll be fine.
It's
My
a little
entire
hard.
fucking skin is gone.
You know what?
Yeah, that's normal. Grow up.
You know what Dazarus does when it's like, oh, hey, let's go to Eureka. You know what he does? Also, that thing missed. I'll need to grab it again. You know what he does when it's like going to Final Fantasy XIV's like Eureka like instance, and it's like, oh, you haven't been here before, and you need to get some levels up. Oh, let me just cart you over to end level area, and you just stand there. And then once we get like this fate or something like that popping up, then join into the fight. So we can't engage any of the monsters around us because we die. We just have to hope that there's a fate, and then we join in with them for playing in the fate, which is not fun.
Felk was helping me with that the other day.
Oh, lucky bastard. I think this is why I like Cosmic Exploration, is that it's just me going at, like, you know, scaled at the level rather than some, you know, getting pushed into a place that's like impossible. All right, back through Code the Yoshi's portal.
You want to go to the rogue encampment if you want to talk to Thingo too, by the way.
Sorry, I just need to do some selling. It's difficult, but you're given tools to overcome it.
Hello.
Okay, maybe I won't put it on the list then. Maybe it'll be something for like off stream or something, if it is. Ding dong, bam, boom.
Can you make... So if I socketed a blue item, I could make rune words out of it, could I?
Nope.
Alright, I'm gonna go through Velk's portal. There we go.
Have you gone to talk to Akira?
Oh, no, I haven't. Sorry. I thought we were waiting until we got to like an overworld portal, not a player town
well, we can do
portal.
that too. Yeah, we can do that too.
I thought that was the metric we were going by, like overworlds.
No, let's do that. Let's do that. Overworld portals. It's raining over here and people are sending out fireworks.
Oh my... I don't think that's a good mix, is it? Having like, chemical reaction for fires going off in the rain.
Oh, there's a portal.
Oh. Alright, cool. Alright. Act 1 to the rogue encampment. And then...
We'll wait here for him, Belk. We'll just scour the area here.
Akara, right?
Good day.
High Priestess of the Sisterhood of the
Sightless Eye.
Alright, so 1 point into
Get out of my
might.
head, get out of my head. It's not safe. Run while you can.
Concentration. Alright, Fanaticism. What? Required level 31. What? I can't increase it beyond... Oh my god. That's...
You can only increase it up to level 20.
I'm guessing I have to be level... I guess I have to be level 50 as well to get it increased. God damn it. God fucking damn it.
It can still be a good skill to start off with.
Alright, I just need to...
And now all you gotta do is figure out what your other skills you want from there are gonna be. Because, like, you've got some decent offensive combat skills that you can utilize, too. Like, let me have a look what you've got. So what have you put into thus far? So you've gone might down to
Fanaticism.
concentration. You've got, yep. Have a look at combat skills, quickly. Because, let me just have a look. Because Holy Bolt. Hang on, go... Zeal is a really good one, because it allows you to attack adjacent enemies with a single attack. So it's sort of a good...
Sacrifice too.
Sacrifice is also another really good one if you just want to do some damage from that.
So if I go, like, just click, and then click into Zeal, and then... Okay. Fire, lightning are added to each successful attack. Ooh.
And these are these sort of ones here, your combat skills, you put them on your left click.
Yeah.
So whenever you're doing your left click, that's going to be your main attack.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Converts monsters to fight against other foul demons. Ooh, that actually would be a really annoying skill for some people.
Mm-hmm.
I know some people who have done a convergence build.
Where's Holy Shock? I don't see Holy Shock.
Hang on.
Holy Shock is in offensive aura?
Yeah, it's on offensive aura. That's your elemental aura. So.
Alright, so. In damage with the
Sacrifice is great if you've got some good health regen.
Which I don't.
Because which is your only problem. Otherwise, I would go Zeal over Sacrifice.
Yeah, just pump the shit out of Zeal and see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Like, I put maybe 5 into... How many points you got? You got 27? I put 5 into Zeal.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or just put 20 into Zeal, see what happens.
I mean, it's entirely up to you, though, Grant. I'm not saying what you should do.
Yeah.
I kind of like the idea of Vengeance, giving me additional, like, you know... Giving me,
yeah,
like,
that could also be a really good
one.
And then you've also... Yeah, I mean, that one's a good one.
And then Vengeance receives bonuses from, like, all the different resistances and Salvation. Ooh, Salvation, plus 2 elemental damage per level, which is a... When active, aura decrease... Yeah. Oh, and I can just do that at the willy-nilly. Okay.
Yeah, straight away, yeah.
Alright,
Super base, when it comes to classes and how Grant's building, probably not.
Yeah,
unless Grant asks for it.
Yeah, this is us experimenting, and like Code and Velk, because they're playing with me, can like do their thing. Oh, I need to increase my stats again. Hang on.
Yeah, so yeah, do your stat increases.
Alright, I'm just gonna get this up to...
Heston is permanently green for some reason, and I don't know why.
Let's go 120, and then... 70 for the dexterity. Vitality. Is vitality the life stuff?
Yeah, vitality is life, and energy, which you probably don't need too much of, which is your mana.
Yeah, alright. So 120, so base stat of 107 on the strength, base of 70 on the dexterity, 43, so then that way, because it's not as much life as before, but, you know.
Forget though, using some of these combats...
Why do I have, like, plus... I only put 1 point into each of these so far. Why am I...
One of your items you're wearing.
Sigrun's shield and Mirabella's rod. I totally... Totally forgot. Alright, so... Going from 20, 70, 70, 1.2 seconds. Click once. 40, 82, 82.
Don't forget, that's at the level 3 from what you've got. Your current is a base of level 1.
Yeah. Will not count for the synergies on items. Note. Okay, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's only like 1 point from like proper things, so...
Yeah.
And then conversion... Honestly, I'm kind of curious what happens if I put 1 point in conversion then, and then to...
I mean, you can have 1 point in conversion, just keep it as that. This is a dump stat one.
Yeah. So what was like originally like 20% is now 39%.
I think it'll only do minor monsters. It won't do your really high level ones.
So if you... Yeah, no, I get what you're talking about, super base. Alright, so... Yeah, I can then put, like, maybe... Let's see, Salvation is fire, cold, and lightning damage done to you and your party. Honestly, I think this is actually... I might put more than one level into this thing, just to try and have, like, really ridiculous high resistances when we go up against bosses.
I mean, it can come in handy, yeah.
No, never mind. It's like, it requires level 33.
Yeah, don't forget, it's going to be similar to doing your other one, so...
Yeah. But, yeah.
And
So you've got a
also-
good offense. So now you've got a good offensive, and you've got a good defensive.
Lol, 75% resistance just on the one click.
So, for a note, plus 75% resistance is max for normal.
Yeah.
You do not need any more. You are Gucci.
Good needies. So, yeah. And that's just to affect this guy here.
That, yeah.
So, all right. So, allow you to attack multiple. I kind of want to keep increasing this one because yeah, it looks like base level 3 does 4 hits. Next level does 5. It increases. It receives bonus from sacrifice. Although I feel like I need to put something into here. Like, okay, that's mana regeneration, which won't help.
You don't need to. You can just
No.
First
Do
level
whatever.
chance.
I mean,
But
you've
if you-
pretty much got... Sorry, you first?
if you want to go full zeal, go full zeal. Just have fun with it. You will probably look like the like you're wielding a hammer from Smash Bros.
Yeah. So it looks like 5 hits is your maximum.
Okay.
So, for now, maybe it's more. I don't know. I've never played with zeal before.
Well,
I played it once. If I remember, 5 hits was the maximum.
Okay, well... Plus 12 damage per level.
Okay.
It's cleansing. It receives
Yeah, as it
bonuses from
stands, though,
player.
The
Meditation.
thing is, though, Grant,
Yep.
if I can say something. At the moment, with Velk and I both having our 2 Paladin Spearmen,
Mm-hmm.
you don't probably need to have any defensive auras. Because you've got Prayer from Velk's, and you've got Defense from mine.
Okay. And yeah,
And
if
also,
I
you've got meditation from me.
yeah, and if I just use like hang on, I had yeah, I can just run fanaticism.
Yeah, you've got Fanaticism as your main sort of aura. Boom, pop it, forget it, you're done.
Yep.
You probably don't need any defensive
recovery,
auras.
Maximum movement speed for you and your party. This one I kind of want to get into. Like, that'd be funny. Look at that, maximum stamina gets doubled. Nice. Increases mana recovery. 4 life healed every 2 seconds. Oh.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with you having a few of those dump stats for other things, because I mean, at this point, with all your bonuses you're getting onto them, it's not bad.
Yeah. And I can like pick and choose.
Yeah.
Vigor is funny, you can really zoom. Well, I got 4 skill points after like just throwing it into everything. I was really excited. I honestly thought I could have gotten like fanaticism going up real high, real fast, but I can't do it again until level 33.
Well, I mean, yeah, that just means you know which one you're going to put some more points into when you level up.
Yeah. So I've done like the full Voom down to the bottom there. And then, yeah, Redemption, I can't go any higher. Salvation is the same sort of thing, and those just increase like any of these combat skills here. So,
Yeah, well, if there's something from these combat skills you want to increase, then now's probably a good time to increase them. I think, is Holy Shield a set and forget skill?
I don't believe so.
nah, I think it's an actual
No.
hit thing. So, Fist of the Heaven, lightning strikes you as a holy bolt, seeking out nearby enemies. Lightning damage 150 to 200. Holy bolts is 40 to 50. Plus 50% holy bolt damage per level. Plus 7 lightning damage per level from Holy Shock.
I mean, could be good if you want, you know, a ranged skill to utilize, but that's up to you.
Yeah. I think... Because 20 is like the maximum of a skill, right?
Yes.
Fuck it. Alright. Zeal. And then... Alright. Oh my gosh, I have all these. Alright, so...
Make sure you set them to your F button so you know which ones to switch between when you need them.
So F1 is the fanaticism. F2 will be... What was it? So we got concentration...
Salvation.
Oh wait, where's salvation? There it is. Yeah, we'll do F2 is salvation. Let's see, so F3 is... It could be cleansing to help reduce thing, because, like, I'm pretty sure... Actually, no. F3 will make vigor. Just to be funny. And then... Let's see. F4 heals... +4. But then cleansing also does... +4. And will be interrupted by check. Chance of being uninterruptible is 20. Damage is +90. And then I'll do 4 on you. Actually, hang on. I can do F4 on you, and then here's what I'm gonna do. So actually, no. Hang on. So F1, F2, and then F3 on the fanaticism. F4 on the vigor as like a fuck around and get out. And then let's see, F5 will be salvation, and then F6 will be okay. All right, here we go. All right. Act 5, back to the R2 plateau. All right.
I think you're all good?
I think so. All right, let's see how this goes.
Damn, Grant.
We haven't gone there. Okay, here's 3. I can just see them all getting hit around me, which was kind of funny. And yeah, I'm barely using up any mana, which is actually pretty good. So we'll see how we go with like a long... Oh, one of these.
Guys, let's see how he goes in here. Oh, okay, that was fast. Super mana.
But like seeing some people do like a full like Zeal build, and they just sit there at Diablo just going bong 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 bong.
Oh, that's right. I should probably see how it goes in like, because we get like properly like, you know, surrounded by in the lower levels too. What the fuck is everything? Thank you for the hyper himbo, by the by, Sir Dragon. Greatly appreciated.
The HUD over here. Was over here. It's gone now.
Yeah. I'm just gonna swap over to like vigor and just see. Oh look, there's a couple here. It's so fast.
Grant's just like knock, 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 knock. Oh, I broke your door down. Knock, 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 knock.
Bang, 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 bang. Click. Here we go. Oh, that's so funny.
I had a feeling that would be for you.
The vigor.
Got the zoomies.
Yeah. Amazing.
Alright, let's head back up over towards Velk so we can...
Alright, I'll try, Vengeance next, and we'll see how we go with Vengeance, because we're not getting too much, like, AoE nonsense. Oh, we went into a hole in the wall. Oh my god, look how zoomies I am! Oh, frozen a creeper. Okay, what happened there? Who's doing that? I'm gonna go back to Zeal, because I put way more into Zeal, I think. There we go.
I mean, Zeal is continuous, like smack, 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 smack. So, I mean, if you can do really well with that.
Yeah. Looks like I can.
And it's also smacking the same target multiple times as well, so...
Oh, hey, Cody.
Yeah?
I have something adjacent for you.
Curses. Yeah, but this one gives me all summoning skills, so...
Yeah.
Not terrible.
It's just close to being decent.
Like, I can maybe use it in a mix thing, see if I can get something better out of it.
I can just hear that thing going,
So yeah, that's the amazing thing, is like I can just sort of like run ahead and it's not like a death sentence. I am using potions though more. That's something I have noticed. It's like, oh, I gotta use a potion real quick.
Like mana or stamina or health?
No, health. For whatever reason, health. But it's like, I'm not panic hitting, at least. So... it's just sort of like a, oh. Like, I feel like I can take it more slowly, the needing to hit thing. Needing to manage my health. Zeal with a good one-hander can be quite good. Grief or Breath of the Dying, for example. Noted. Alright, I'm gonna... Okay, what did I put you to? Salvation. Yeah, okay, so that reduces, like, the what's-in-Lucy damage.
There was a door back over at the other location. I'm not sure if that's where we were supposed to go.
Barbarian only, no thanks. No, that's Barbarian. Why do I care? Oh, the vigor. I'm not so fast without vigor.
Oh, there we go. Waypoint.
Oh. Nice. That is a terrible waypoint, I will be real with you, because it isn't like we're going forward. Thank you for the boop squeeze! Yeah, look at us go, moving. Oh, let's see how we do here. Oh, look, a stag bow.
I am overburdened.
Can't wait to see how awful it is.
Hang on, I need to...
It's awful.
Oh, you already
It's the frozen
checked it?
river, which was where we've got to go to. Hang on. Where's everyone else? Waiting for Grant.
I'm not moving.
Oh, in here? Yep, okay. Okay,
In the hole.
I'm now in.
Yeah.
Moving and schmoving. Okay, this is fun.
Try not to go too far ahead of us, Grant.
Sorry.
Ow. Oh, these things, I forgot they don't sit down. Right.
What, don't sit down?
The undead. Oh, wait, can you use your redemption thing to eat the bodies?
Let me have a look. What's redemption? Where is it? When active, or attempts to redeem the soul of the slain to give you life. Okay. Oh, new stat and new skill. Alright, more into zeal. And then... let's put you into... I'm gonna put you into vitality, just so then that way I have, like, way more health than normal. Alright, I got redemption running. Oh, I'm still relatively fast.
See if it eats the corpse.
Yeah, but isn't that a problem for Code, where he's got his Skelly boys? Or he wants...
There are some corpses that refuse to sit down, like this one over here. So if it gets rid of them, then... Sure, but I don't think Code is using a lot of summoning things right now. I think he's got enough pets out, but I could be wrong. Code?
Can get an additional one each soon.
Alright, I just killed these two guys, and it's done. I think this guy's gonna resurrect. Nope, he's gone. Cool.
And it also helps with your HP issue.
Oh yeah, that's true. God, it's so cool seeing more than one enemy die with my swing. I don't know what my aura is doing to you guys.
Nothing, but it's making you eat the corpses.
Okay.
So you get HP and mana back, I think?
Do we want to go up this way?
It gives me chance to redeem soul 42%, life and mana recover 35. Yeah, so it gives me both back. Yeah, it gets rid of the corpses. You were right. Oh. Don't let the zoomies control you, Grant. Nah, I'm gonna zoom however I want. Thank you very much. Although I am all...
Rescue
Hang on.
Anya.
Hang on, wait for Grant.
I'm not that far ahead. I'm behind you.
Hang on, where are you guys?
You're in front of us now. Frozenstein?
Oh, an amulet.
Alright, let's take a look. Oh. Huh. That's part of a set that I have, apparently.
Ooh, a 3-slot long battle bow. Interesting. I'm no longer hyper himbo.
I can't find the other... I'll drop it so that you guys can take a look. It's just...
Replenish life and regenerate 40% mana.
We gotta go talk to Marla, which I think is in town.
Yeah.
Alright, hang on. Where's, is there anything we need to do in this thing? Oh yeah, there's more undead.
Here.
Hang on a second. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I should probably have the redemption running, just so then that way the corpses get absorbed. Alright, heading back to you. I should probably... So I'm at 6, so F7. So, where's redemption? F7, and then F8 will be... no. Oh, it just ate all of them. Nice.
Hero, Neelathak did this to me.
There's a certain green amulet I am looking for.
Help me.
Ooh, okay.
My only hope lies with Mala.
So what set was that amulet from, by the way? That green one?
Tell her
Siverb.
found
But it's saying that I have, well, that I'm wearing one of the sets, but I'm
Neelathak
not.
did this to me. If you've come to help me,
I don't know what the deal is now.
my only hope lies with Mala.
Alright, where are you, Grant? Are you still in the,
Sorry, I was still in the thing. Alright.
We gotta talk to Marla over here.
Good afternoon.
Because my thing kept having the little thingamajiggy over her head. for whatever reason. Oh, wow, that's terrible. All right, well...
When you're ready, Grant, we gotta head back into the portal, too.
All right, hang on a second. I have items I need to go follow through. We can go here. And then I need to sell you 2 things.
Afternoon.
Repair all my equipment. Actually, I can probably sell 2 of these keys. And then I need to get...
Is there, does your merc have any of the green items on him, Valk?
No. Speaking of, did you want the breastplate now?
Might as well give it a go. Wouldn't hurt.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna lower a lot of my stats, but still.
But you can have an extra summon.
True. That probably won't hurt too much. I'll put, should I give... What am I getting out of this? I'm getting... Slow missile, Amazon skills, fast hit recovery, critical strike.
Alright, back through codes portal.
Yes,
Like-
I'll put this back in here in personal for now.
Why?
Hang
like,
on, I'm coming.
For whatever reason, she's still, like, you know...
Yeah,
Oh,
now she's free.
okay.
Now you can talk to Anya.
Nope. It won't let me talk to her.
I can't talk to her either.
Talk to Marla now that she's free.
Yep. She just fucking disappeared, I suppose.
Well, she cracked a town portal.
Thank you so much for bringing Anya back to us. I have devised this spell to increase your resistance.
Ooh.
As a token of my thanks. I know it isn't much, but I hope you find it helpful. Please, go talk to Anya. She has urgent news concerning Nilathok.
Increased resistances.
Nice.
Which is very helpful.
Now we also gotta talk to Anya, who's down here.
Yep, okay.
So she'll be our new gambler.
Yeah, I can't... Oh, there we go. Now I can talk.
You have proven yourself a true hero to me and my people. These are dark times, warrior. I hope you can bring an end to Bale's reign of destruction. Our Council of Elders is gone. My father asked among them. The one thing that keeps us from total despair is the promise of vengeance against Bale. Thank you, hero, for rescuing me. To show my personal gratitude, I give you this. I had it custom made for you by Lorzek. Nilathok told me he struck a deal with Bale to protect Harada. In exchange for the demon's mercy, the misguided fool plans to give Bale the relic of the ancients, our most holy totem. Doing so will allow Bale to enter Mount Arreat unchallenged by the ancients. I tried to stop Nilathok, but he imprisoned me in that icy tomb. Nilathok must be stopped before he dooms the whole world. As much as I would love to strangle the
She gave me an item, did she?
Oh, there's a red portal now.
Oh, she gave me a preserved head.
Kill him.
Ew.
I think she gives you an item based on your class, Grant.
Yeah.
Spirit Tower is a crown shield. 5% chance to cast a level 3 Frost Nova when struck. Faster block rate. Increased chance of blocking. Enhanced defense. All resistances +8. Honestly, I'll put that with the other nonsense. You just got rid of Plague Tower, did you?
Yeah, it just wasn't that good.
All good. All good. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in my chest with the other, like, Frost Nova Blast shit. Here we go. And then... Yeah, so I got 10%, 5%, 5%. So right now, that's 10, 15, 20, 25% chance of Frost Nova going off if I wear those 3 things together. And then a Scroll of Resistance. Do I want to use it?
Yep.
I mean, yeah.
All right. Nice.
I mean, that's all your resistances up, Grant. So
Fair. All right, and then
I'm gonna do a couple of gamblays before we go in, see if she gets anything good out of it. Yep. Yep. One more gamblay.
me and Velk ready to kick it old school,
Okay,
and
good.
Velk and Code is just like, let's go gambling. I feel like how you liking the game? Hi there, Caboose. Yeah, it's going all right. A little bit of troubles here and there earlier on, but after doing a respec of my class and going into some I've given myself, actually I can swap from, actually do I want to swap out of Redemption because there's all the shambling corpses here. But like I've gotten myself Zeal for, like, you know, area of effect hits. By the way, everyone bless Grant's first Pindle. Pindle? Pindle?
Pindle?
Pindle? Explain yourself, Super Bass. Pindle?
I know of the Prindle. I don't know of the Pindle.
No.
Unique skeleton.
The unique skeleton in the temple you guys ran of. Oh, didn't even fucking know. That's hilarious.
On striking, so I've got to hit someone to get the thing up.
Oh, wow.
That doesn't count if I hit them with the energy beam, does it?
With teeth? I don't 100% know.
Hang on, I want to try and hit these things by myself and see what happens. Boom. Never mind. We're all good.
It's striking, so, I mean, you can try, but...
And I'm eating all the
I don't
corpses right now. How are you doing on corpses, Code?
Mine are all good.
Alright. Super healing, scroll of identity. Alright, cool. Oh, oil? Don't need that. Field is one thingy-madiggy. We'll see how these two are. Ooh, superior longsword. One slot. You drop something not shitty. He's notoriously over-farmed the game's official loot pinata. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't aware. Me and Velk literally just whacked him and moved on.
Yeah.
There's only a 2% chance for summoning her.
Yeah. It's slow, it's small, but when you've got one out, that's all you need.
Ooh,
also-
damage and additional defense. Yes, please.
It's like if you were level 45 and you summoned like one of the...
Hang on, let me have a look. This for if teeth. Just hang up 1 second.
All right. Oh yeah, is it?
Does teeth? Hang on. Diablo 2. Does teeth count on striking skills? Teeth does not directly boost damage on striking or chance to cast skills.
Aha.
So that kind of makes the breastplate you gave me a little bit worthless to me then.
Well, as long as you're hitting things with your wand, I guess.
Yeah, true.
And
But I
once you
mostly
hit things
use-
with your wand, then you're fine.
True. Alright, we'll keep it for now. Grant, we've gone down the next level.
Ah, okay, cool. Sorry, I was looking completely elsewhere. Also, why am I slow? Alright, I'm gonna swap over to
Bone
Speedy
Ooh,
Boy.
hang on.
Go for it.
Thancred's Skull.
Thancred?
Skull.
Thancred?
No, it's a-
Thancred from the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV?
God damn it.
This is
Tan-
Thancred.
Tancred's Skull.
I am overburdened.
That was self-inflicted, Code. You know it.
I know.
Ooh, a crystal sword with 3 slots in it. Nice.
Oh, another 2-socketed Gothic plate. I can make something out of that if I wanted to.
I dropped the socketed thing. It was only 2 sockets, so.
I think do I have any other tank Creed stuff? You know what? I might give the breastplate to my druid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, wolf head?
I am overburdened.
Speaking of.
Oh, it's ethereal.
Oh, wait. It was a yellow?
Repairs 1 durability, but
Oh.
it's terrible.
I was gonna say, if it repairs 1 durability and it's ethereal, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing the stats just...
That's just weren't worth it.
Yeah.
Got grandfathered once. You're farming council members in Hell Trevinial? No idea what that means.
Oh, Travancore, the guys just outside Mephisto's area.
Vault. War hat. 2 socket. Never mind. It's a shitty hat.
Put back. I'm gonna go back and get my other breastplate because yeah, this thing's not that great for me.
Okay.
I'll put it in shed and maybe put it on the druid later.
Achoo!
Bless you.
Yep.
Thank you. Oh, corpses.
Time for a snack.
I thought so because I had the military pick.
Ugh, excuse me, nose.
So what would putting on the helm and the pick give me in bonus? 20 to mana, that's really all that does at the moment. Eh.
Well, you gotta polish the edge of your seat for that one.
Not really. I mean, I'll keep it because the set might be worth at least something later.
I was very much not being serious. That's just not good. 20 mana.
Caboose, thank you for the follow. Sorry I'm not like super chatty right now. This is one of those like, gosh darn, I've not been paying attention to the chat. Code, have you been paying attention to this chat?
I'm paying a little attention to the chat.
So, Zookeeper
We
said
apologize, chat, if...
Oh, go on.
What
Code?
did Zookeeper do?
Zookeeper's saying free shirt, so he stole your shirt, I'm guessing?
Yeah, he did. I saw that. Yeah,
Striking is for physical builds, is what Caboose said. Oh, Caboose, please no actually, I should have made that message. Sorry.
Well, I was asking about it, so...
Ah, okay. Okay, cool. I won't go into detail, but the stat on a level 15 Volk are modestly comical for your guys' level. Volk, V-A, like Velk? Or
Valkyrie.
Valkyrie, okay. And then Artemis is Lasai. Right now I'm farming council members in Hell Travinical. I am jealous. I got a grandfathered once, though. Fancrit had one item in the set worth talking about, and sadly it's also the hardest to pull. Oh, the Valkyrie. Yeah, okay. Now it's... Yeah.
Shine.
Oh, yeah, no, so...
We're coming, Val. We're coming.
I know. I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
But yeah, this is one of those games where it's like head empty, like for so much of it. Like this is why I kind of like dropped the Doom game, like Doom Dark Ages, is because it was a very head empty game, just going into the combat and such, which, you know, doesn't make for good streaming content. Probably
That's
why...
when you got people to chat with.
Sorry?
Grant, where are you?
Oh, I'm down south. Hang on a second. I'm just eating up some corpses. There's a lot of corpses here. And my redemption is just eating all of it.
Yum, 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 yum. Can we just open it and...
Yeah, sure.
Grant, we're waiting on you, Grant. We
Alright,
got a tasty chest here.
Hang on. Shit. I don't know how I ended up in this place with all these death brawlers. Let me just F4 this. There we go.
Are we going to rescue Grant?
No, you don't need to rescue me. This is why I press F4. It is the emergency button. Also, I'm not running, that's why. Okay. Oh, hey, look, the next floor is here. All right, so you're saying there was a chest or something? Did you already open it?
Yes. No.
Was that a yes
we were
or a
being
no?
nice. No, we were being nice and waiting on you.
Okay.
You can open the chest, I don't need to be there for it.
Zoom.
One large charm. One large charm.
Hey, it could be a good large charm.
Optimist.
Is it a good large charm?
It's +5 to dexterity.
So was it a good large charm?
It depends. Do you need +3 dexterity?
Does anyone?
Oh, really?
Okay, then it's not a good charm. Code, you're going the wrong way.
Down the stairs then.
I'm going towards where Velk was.
Okay, well...
Yeah, that's the wrong way.
Well, he knows now. I can respect that. You can respect the large charm? It's trying its best. Ooh, super potion.
Tried harder. They let down the family.
Nyarm.
Velk, what did you just activate? Or Grant, what did you just activate?
I didn't activate anything. Why are you insinuating that one of us has to activate something?
Oh. No, because we got on the floor for that dude. We've got to kill him.
Oh, he's over here. Code, you activated him.
Oh, well, Grant, come down this way.
Even with Zeal open, I only have a 78%. Okay, hang on. Also, new skill, which means more Zeal, please. Alright, where is he activated? Down here?
Here. No, Grant, you go the wrong way. Down.
Oh, okay, hang on. I need
Follow
to kill
the
these
sound
Temptress.
of our voices.
Follow the sound of E.
Evil! Plus
No,
text
it's
charm
just
on
the
my
aura
bar
going
till
E.
legit level 70. Okay, that's some loyalty right there, super base. Based.
There's Neilithok. Hi, Neilithok. Bye, Neilithok.
Hi, Quee. Bye, Quee.
Flawless. Oh, my inventory is full. Hang on. Oh yeah, hang on. Ding, dong.
And we're done here.
Well, I still need to grab the items from in there because there's a lot of blue items. You can sell them and make money. And then that way, like, Code might want the money, so then that way he can spend it more on Gamba.
Are you saying I have a gambling addiction?
Yes.
I feel like it's just ingrained in Australians.
At your service.
I feel like I touched a nerve as the only like half Australian here. I touched a nerve.
I literally can't fight that one because, like I said, I drank a liter of milk before. I'm literally gambling with my life here.
True.
The most gambling I have done, other than like the occasional lottery when it goes over $50 million in the Powerball, like last year, was doing the Domino's had a thing where you could get a $5, like you put $5 in to guarantee 20-minute delivery. And if they didn't make it in 20 minutes, you got a free pizza inside on the next delivery. We were like 20 minutes away from the Domino's. So it was like, that was honestly a gamble.
Me gambles on a fun. I mean, that's Velk at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds like Velk. Poison resistance, dexterity, damage reduction. I'm gonna keep that charm because that's honestly a good charm that it holds like multiple things. Well, that's a shitty. I'm gonna keep the crystal sword because the crystal sword looks cool to use. Alright, 1, 2, ding. Alright.
So she's gonna inscribe our name on an item of our choosing.
Yep.
Competitively
That's
played
it.
Raid Shadow
Do we-
Legends, not sponsored.
Does it get any other benefits out of it other than that?
No.
Just a name.
Yep.
Keck wants to talk to us too, by the way, Grant.
All right,
You
hang
mean
on a
top tier?
second. Do I? Oh, wait. Did you go through my? Actually, I need to go through my portal. Wait, where's my portal? There's my portal. And double axe and
Drink.
a broadsword. 2 and a 3. All right, I'll drop the 2 fur. Oh, emerald. You guys missed an emerald, by the by, and a sapphire.
Oh, did him.
No.
Fucking did him.
It's useful, isn't it? Oh, a ruby. Actually, does.
The air heard round the world.
Well, don't be miserable with me when you realize you don't have like the crystal or the gem you need to create a cool ass build.
Okay.
Does anyone have an arm rune? I just need an arm rune. AMN.
AMN. I thought you meant UM.
Sorry.
AMN?
Yeah.
No, don't have one.
Damn. I'm guessing you don't have one either, Velk?
I'm going through them.
Every time I hear of you, warrior, your deeds become more legendary. But take heed.
Not looking good, though.
You are approaching the very summit of Mount Ariat.
Damn. Because I know you can make one with 3 Thal runes, but...
It is sacred, our most holy place. The legends say it is guarded by the Ancient Ones, who block the path of all who are unworthy. Your reputation here does not matter.
Yeah, I have 2 Thal runes.
Determine your worthiness.
Hang on, let me see how many I've got. I've got 2. So I can make one if you give me...
Yep, there you go.
Hang on, you said you had 2 Thal runes.
Oh, I thought you said you had 2.
Yeah, I do have 2, but I'll need a third one for later.
Okay, so I got 10 minutes.
10 minutes to what?
Oh no, I just...
Oh, do we gotta stop?
It's 12:41, so like in 20 minutes or so. So, you know.
Yeah.
All right, so to the Prison of Ice, the trail. Talk to Anya before you continue past the glacial trail to proceed up Mount Arrest to the summit. Oh.
It's not transmuting it.
You probably need a gem. A chipped gem of some sort.
Oh yeah, hang on, let me just see.
You've stopped Neelathak, but he didn't have the relic.
Hang on.
He must
Yeah,
have
sorry, I
already
forgot
given
about
it
that.
to Vale. Will not be tested when he reaches Ariat's summit.
How do I check the gems?
I do thank you for trying, though. Please allow me to honor
A
your courage.
N
by-
M.
Wait, so is there an item I want to personalize?
It's up to you.
Hang on. Recipe types, rune recipes. Here we go. Lol. Three Thule and a chip topaz. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now would be a bad time not to have a chip topaz. I don't have a chip topaz. Anyone have a chip topaz?
Oh, hang on.
I don't keep trash.
Code sounds like me on a bad Shark Week work during school holidays.
Chip topaz. Man, if only you'd been collecting gems.
I have been, but I've also been making sure to clean up some of them. Okay. So now I need a 4-socketed shield.
Good luck with that. You're not finding one till Nightmare, I think.
Well, what if I get Thingo to socket one?
You would need a shield from Nightmare to be able to do that.
Couldn't you do 4 sockets on one of them?
Sure can't.
So you can only do up to 3 sockets.
On this difficulty level, or on these items from this difficulty level, yes. unless it's an elite version of it, then it might be, but it depends on the eye level of the shield. Because there's hidden eye levels.
Because I was hoping to do spirit.
Yeah, I don't think that's... It depends on the eye level of the shields. So,
Damn.
Good luck.
I mean, I can give it a go and see if I get it, but...
I think you're better off doing an exceptional shield, and then trying to roll that.
No. 2 sockets.
Yeah.
Sorry, just...
I have opened a portal to where our prog point is.
Alright, I will need to sell some stuff.
Thank you anyway for helping me with the rune there.
That's all good.
Yep.
No, I gotta...
Alright. Through the portal, through Velk's portal, the Glacial Trail. To...
where? There we go.
Holy shit!
Are we at the right level? Ooh, a giant sword.
Yeah, we are. Oh, this min and max roll. Okay, that's criminal.
Follow-up question. Do you object to us talking about hell difficulty stuff? Yeah, just a bit. Because, like, I'm not interested in hell difficulty, ilty, or nightmare. And it's like, it's not conducive to the thingy. So.
Thank you for asking.
Thank you for asking, though. I do appreciate it. You've been very good, Super Bass, for, you know, sort of checking in on, like, hey, is it okay to talk about this or that? Because while there's been some stuff we didn't want you discussing, you have also been helpful with others. When he was making your death, I was hung up on a flawed topaz for 3 days. Oh my goodness. Could you imagine that code? Like, being stuck for 3 days trying to find a single gem?
They can be like that. I 100% believe it. It's a bitch sometimes. Where you're just praying for a gem shrine and just for it to be the right gem you get. And it just isn't.
That would do your nut in, honestly.
I spent 2 days looking for this bow. So I fully understand.
Oh, ethereal.
And I low-rolled it.
Sorry, I'll keep an eye out for a 2-socketed helmet anyway later on.
Drift a Cavern. I don't know Drift the Cavern.
I've been finding plenty of 2-slotted helmets, and I just or caps, and I've just been dropping them on the floor. Code, I'm so sorry.
That's alright, I want the bone helm, because, you know, it fits the theme.
Alright, bone.
The bone zone.
2-socketed bone helmet, if you find one, I want one. Oh no, where'd my golem go? He died!
Alright, getting rid of the reanimated horde, so then that way they don't get animated when they're dead.
Just use my blood golem for now.
And Bonesaw is dead.
Waypoint.
Yeah, and I also found a secret, or not really secret, but like I found a cool chest that Velk just opened instantly.
There's nothing there, it's okay.
Okay, well I picked up these 2 yellows. I picked up a longbow and a scimitar. So, this is reanimated. There we go. Now it's eating them. Town portal. Super heal, super heal. Alright, so we just head up to Velk for the what's-some-whoosies? Oh, hey, there's a portal. Here. What's this one?
Yeah, I don't.
Ah, Glacial Trail. Nice. Okay, cool. I now have the Glacial Trail.
I don't know where I'm going, so...
I mean,
I just realized one of the next levels I'm probably going to contribute to is actually the speed aura. I need to remember it has to be that one next.
yeah, that's the crystalline passage, which we've already gone through.
Ah.
Found it. Frozen Tundra?
Yep, that's the one.
If you want it, okay.
Ooh.
I can't carry it.
Oh, wait, combat shrine. That is for me.
Leon died.
Mace is not worth. Ghoul Cleaver. 102% enhanced damage. Plus 1 maximum. 1 cold. Dur Stinger. Ah, this doesn't minus requirements, does it?
Oh, god damn it.
This Tundra
Toad.
is very big.
I blame you for this.
What'd I do? Ha!
What it? Hang on, what? Where?
1 to all druid skills.
And resistances. That is going to be incredible for you.
Was that a blue helmet that I walked past?
No, it was a yellow amulet.
Ah, okay. Yep, no, then I didn't
oh.
come across it.
Oh, a door. Down you go.
The bow's not made of metal.
Knock, knock. Hey, look, a bone helm. Hang on.
And it's 1 socket.
Oh, okay.
Damn, I need 2 socket.
Give me a second code. I can probably make you something out of... Shit. Oh. I have something for you to turn a golem into.
Oh, someone got that diamond. I feel like we're going fairly fast now.
Just a little.
Is everyone buffed right now? Actually, is there a way to see what buffs you have on you?
Not really, I don't think.
You just have to judge from, like, the aura, like, indicators on your feet?
Yeah. That's what you get. So, if you have a cloud around you, you get mana regen. That one I know.
God, imagine trying to
I'm guessing you
navigate
have bigger
Diablo without a
active.
map. Like, if you just disabled maps. Do you think people could get through this?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Quickly, though?
Yeah.
Yeah. You just need to find the teleport and spell and you're good to go.
Just gonna use the town portal real quick. Nyom.
At your service.
How's Mr. Shiny holding up?
Golem, much better. Not sure what killed my other golem, though.
Yeah, it's... Oh, I think... So, remember Neolithark?
Yeah.
Corpse explosion.
Oh. Yeah, that does a lot of damage.
It do the damage.
Okay. Donk.
I remember in Nightmare in Hell, it just turns into a who can corpse explosion the fastest. It's like one of those cowboy shootout things.
Yeah.
Meow. How is there been no, like, portals found here?
Well, we just got here.
Sure, one will pop up sooner or later.
Yeah, you better hope so.
Found it.
Ah, meaties. Somehow we missed the Halls of Pain. What the fuck is the Halls of Pain?
The Neolithok dimension.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it. That's gonna be annoying.
I mean, if
fine.
And then...
just means you can't really go back there.
Not easily, at least. Alright, do we go through the Ancient's Way?
We sure do. We are approaching a skill check.
Oh boy.
We should be fine, though. We're all pretty well built. It would be difficult for Code the most.
What's that?
What's coming up.
Why would it be difficult for Code? He's got, like, all kinds of minions with him.
And that's the problem.
Oh, let me guess, they're gonna be turned against me, aren't they?
Oh, do you not remember?
Not fully.
Oh, excellent. No, I'm keeping this spoiler free then. Fuck it.
No, Jesus. Alright, chat, second floor of thingy. Ah, okay, cool, thank you. No spoilers for the skill check that Velk is talking about. Alright, I need to remind myself... Oh, my guy died! Hang on a second, I need to revive him at some point.
Yeah, they do that.
Am I not hitting these guys well?
You might have to check your decks, see if you're getting...
Yeah, I might be having a dex problem. Hang on.
Or, as the Australians say, refidex.
88%, so it's not, like, the worst.
That's not bad.
Identity. New skill. Alright, not the, alright, so... Oh, I can do Fanaticism again. Increases attack speed and attack rating. Okay, so I can do... another level into Fanaticism, and I can do it again at level 34. As tempting as it is to do Vigor, I'll keep doing Fanaticism, which is F3. Alright.
Portal, the ancient way.
Yep.
Alright, hang on. I'm gonna head back and revive my, what's-mahoosy guy, because he gives frenzy and all that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of some of these potions I've got.
Okay.
Well, because I got a whole bunch of rejuvenations that I can make into full rejuvenation.
I should have talked to Deckard. It would be unreasonable to go back to the hell without punching Ninak in the face or punching Pindle in the face. Yes. Even without the skill check, Ancient Pass is just filled with death. Noted. Alright, I got myself a Sapphire, so that can go here. And a Flawed Ruby, that can go there. Jewel is terrible. Mace I can get rid of. And Ring of the Wolf I'm probably going to get rid of as well. Ding. And then you two can go up there.
You two can go up there and kiss.
Don't. I'm gonna go with this cold resistance.
Just kiss. Just kiss a little. Oh no, the portal's still open for Thingo's place.
Yeah.
For whose place?
Go in whenever.
Whose place?
Neolithok.
Oh, okay, hang on. I'm gonna go through there and see if I can find that Hall of Pain, just so then that way... Where is it?
It's the second floor down.
Yeah, okay. Alright. Dink. Alright, so through here... Hall of Anguish, and then need a speed run to Hall of Pain, which is... Alright. This way. Because then if I can get the portal, then this just makes life a little bit easier. I don't like having, like, a portal list with missing portals, okay? That's just my thing.
It drives Grant's OCD crazy.
I don't have that much OCD, like, with the autism, but it's like, sometimes, you know, I just want things.
There are the odd one or two things that will drive your OCD.
Yep. Alright, so not in here.
What are you giggling at, Velk? Velk, why you giggle? What evils are you planning, Velk? What evils?
I'm just browsing Reddit, and there you go.
Alright, I'm coming over to you, Velk.
Ooh, Superior Axe, 3 slots, nice. And then that's the Assault Helm, and then... Alright. Somewhere close by, hopefully. There it is! Alright, heading back up here. And then slotting you away. Over into here. And then this Assault Helm. +1 to Battle Command. Interesting. Alright, so are we going back to the Ancient Sway?
The Ancient Split, yep.
Yep, awesome. And then I just need to catch back up to you guys, and then swap back to Fanaticism once we're close. Alrighty.
Jeez, that figure really does make you move. What's my... Yeah, okay.
Oh, you guys already went this way, I'm guessing. No, you haven't.
No? Oh, Bone Shield.
Fanaticism goes fast. Nice. An indicator of just because the damage is small, the DPS is high when it's fast enough. Don't. Combat Shrine.
It's not good, and don't worry about it.
Ooh, a War Javelin.
I think the way forward is with Grant.
Well, no, there's a icy cellar here.
Hang on.
Well, since we're stopping soon, do we want to do that, or do we want to get the...
Nah,
do we want to go to the icy cellar? Is that it? Is that where we need to go?
No.
Oh, that's a... I think you made a friend, did you?
Who?
No, you didn't. Okay. It was just a thing that I've never seen above their head before.
Okay. Nothing there. Alright. Just swapping between, like, Vigor and Fanaticism.
If it works, it works.
Who hides a scythe in a jar?
Paranoid people.
Really?
Excuse me. Battle command is the barb's shout that takes the second most skills to reach, behind only war cry.
Huh.
Okay.
Here it is.
Alright, hang on, Velt. We'll wait for Grant.
I'm waiting. I'm so not going in here alone.
Hang on. More hunters. Alright, cool. Where to?
In here.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, let me just do a little... There we go. Alright, swap to fanaticism. Alright.
Up here we go.
The summit. The barbarian holy ground.
Oh.
Defender,
Now
Guardian...
remembering why, fuck this place.
So wait, hang on. What's the dealio with this? World Stone Keep level 1.
Yeah, Code's reading the ancient description here.
Oh,
See the 3 statues?
Yeah.
They're going to be a little more lifelike in about 5 seconds.
Okay.
They can go fuck off! Because I remember these guys now and how long it took me to fucking murder them.
Thalek is being annoying, but I've swapped over to my elemental attack because it's like one at a time nonsense. And look at that. Yay! Another point into fanaticism. And... let's put...
You really repressed that memory, didn't you?
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe I need to go through that moment solo again, but like...
It's not solo. Like I did, like the first time I went up against these guys, I was on my own, and I had the fucking sorceress.
Okay. All right.
It's a class thing. So if you are a summoner of any variety, like the necromancer or a druid, if your pets die, you are fucked.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you cannot portal out of this place without resetting everything.
Yeah, and there's no portal here. But yeah. So we completed
No,
that
as
quest.
in if you town portal.
And now... Oh, can we summon them again? They're back here. No. Okay. So now we just go into the World Stone. Now, is there a portal here?
Oh, there is, but we're actually...
Level 2.
We're inches away from the game, the finish of the game.
All right, let's go for a little bit longer. And then...
I mean, between the 3 of us, I think Bale will make short work of.
Oh, well, here's keep level 2.
All right.
Jesus, that's quick.
Hang on. So let me just town portal this real quick, just so I can clear up my items and what have you.
Same here. Same here.
Okay, so World Keep level 2 is where the portal is there. So we'll. All right. Why am I carrying bolts? What the shit? How did I pick that up?
Oh, thanks for carrying those for me. I don't need them though.
You have proven yourself to these people. P.S. Grant, you went over and killed the only one with a ranged attack and saved Code a lot of headache. Oh, nice. I think the fact because there was 3 of us and then 3 of them. I think because of the fact that it was a 3-on-3, it was a fair fight no matter what who we were hitting.
The ancients have honored you.
Yeah, probably.
Don't be idle in the World Stone Keep, by the way. You will die.
War Javelin.
Will you die?
+2 to maximum damage, 110 attack, 5% life stolen per hit, increased stack size. Cool. Honestly, I'll hold on to that one, actually. Alright, so that's a greater, that's a healing. Do I need to carry additional potions?
Nah.
Mine hurt. I mean, maybe carry a few if you want them, but I think between the 3 of us, we should be pretty good.
Alright, cool. I am going to grab I'm just gonna grab some charms.
And Grant wants to be charming again.
Have a look.
What are you giggling at?
Like, look at my inventory. Look at my screen and look at how many charms.
There is nothing but charms.
All right, I'm going back into the world stone. Okay.
Hang on.
But why?
Come on.
Waiting on you guys.
All right. And then I'm in. All right. All right. Let's find the. I'm just gonna try and find the portals, just so then that way.
I think Bale is on level 3, so isn't he?
Level 4.
Okay, I found the portal for level 2, so yeah, we're all good now.
Oh wow, okay. Breezing through this.
Well, to be fair, I turned on, like, you know, the fast mode just to find it real quick before, you know, swapping back to fanaticism for the very fast attackies. If you notice, I was just running past enemies.
We did notice.
In the 90s.
Running in the 90s.
See, now
It's
you
a
have new
new
songs
way I
stuck in
like
your
to
head.
be.
Alright, down the other spire.
Oh, that's my Amazon. I'm just... okay. Oh yeah, they have suicide bombers now.
Thankfully,
What a
they are
fun
not.
day.
Thankfully, they're not being that painful for me, at the very least. Even though I'm like running into them. Oh, chat, I'm overburdened. There we go.
Gee, I wonder why. I wonder what could be overburdening you so much.
I am sworn to carry your burdens. Just wait till someone tells
was
Grant he can
always-
stick his town portal and identity inside his cube. Oh, and could I still access him from there?
Probably. I actually have never thought of that.
Hang on. All right, let's. Ooh, dear. All right, hang on. So.
Here, Paragon.
Hang on. Let's have a look.
Zantac, Ulioth.
No, you can't. You have to get the book out if you want to do it. So, but either or, that's fine. It's not like we're gonna be going back to town very soon. So.
Ever again.
Speedy Gonzalez over here. Oh, hello. I feel like I'm just here to give people aura. Ooh.
Is that technically aura farming now?
Look at that.
That means we're aura farming. Because we want the auras that Grant's giving.
This is level 4. We there? We're there.
We're there.
Let's go.
This is it.
Oh. Well, I can't pick up any of these things, so I don't know if they're gonna be good or not.
Now, let me identify these items in case I need to drop them. Okay. Ready to go.
Okay, thank goodness I can hit one of them relatively quickly on my own. And then there's Velk.
What? I'm allowed to
Then
shoot
there's Chunky. He's dead.
He's dead. Do you want a small tip about portals? Nah, we're all good, Caboose. Thanks, but no
Thank you,
thanks.
Alright. Here we go.
Is this it?
Let's do this thing.
So,
Oh, he ugly.
Yep, and he's gonna go through that portal first, but we gotta deal with all of these.
All of who?
So he's gonna drop some ads for a bit, and then he's gonna run through that portal once his ads are out.
Yep. Oh god, that poison is anus.
Oh, do you need me to do some, like...
I'm going back. You guys deal with that. Holy shit,
Alright.
that killed me.
Give us a sec.
Whoa.
I'm good.
I have 35% poison resistance and it just drained me.
I got 25, but I got 75 in cold and fire right now. Oh, shit. Oh, leveled up. You want to join in?
Here.
There's only a Venom Lord now.
Yeah, we are
Hang on.
over leveled for this.
Hang on. I'm just gonna, let's see, 81%? Still 81. And then fanaticism again. You say that, but I'm having a bit of a time hitting this minion of destruction. Also, there's too many items on the ground.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you over all the items on the ground. What did you say?
I had to use a mana potion for the first time.
I lost my iron golem, so I'm gonna use one of these items.
Yep, alright. Have a look. Find something good. Do you want...
Got it.
Did you need us to identify anything, or...?
No, I already got it.
Okay.
I kept some gold items to be on the safe side. Hang on. Healing.
Praise the light.
The what now?
Alright, I'm good.
Kill ball. Oh, is this the mountain where all the soul stones were made?
This is where the world stone is, where it holds the world together.
Ah, okay. Well, he's slowing down. But I'm using up so much mana. Oh, where do you go?
He teleports.
Well, that's annoying. Potion.
Surprised he hasn't done the thing yet.
Well, he's slow, right?
Oh, he's just not doing mechanics. Okay.
He's just not doing mechanics because we keep hitting him.
No longer tame this mortal realm.
I'm overburdened. Can someone pick up some of those things for me, please?
I'm also overburdened.
Oh, it's Tancred's Crowbill.
No, we've already got one.
Oh, then it's garbage.
Alright, do we want to talk to Tyrael?
Hang on.
I got the boots.
Alright.
I am impressed, Lord. You have overcome
The recommended level for killing Ball. Is it anything over 30?
pride wounds. However, we are too late to save the world's soul.
What?
I think it's 30 exactly.
Completely. Given enough time, the world stone's energies will drain away, and the barriers between the worlds will shatter. The powers of hell will flood into this sanctuary and eradicate your people and everything you've labored to build. Therefore, I must destroy the corrupted world stone before the powers of hell take root. This act will change your world forever, with consequences even I cannot foresee.
Okay, but...
It's the only way to ensure mankind's survival. Go now, mortal. I have opened a portal that will...
Okay, but I thought the world... So if the world stones are helping keep everything separated, but the corruption is gonna slowly let them in, how is destroying them the better option?
Because it's dissipating the energies and stuff and things, and I don't fucking know.
It's stopping the demons from basically using the world stone as they will.
Ah, okay. So it's less... So... Alright. And now we head into
Once
destruction.
we enter the portal...
I am overburdened.
Yep, once we enter the portal, the cutscene will play.
Alrighty then. Chat, Oh, advertisement's gonna start in like 2 and a bit minutes. So I'm gonna force the advertisement to run now instead. Oh,
Same here. I'll do that too.
wait, for whatever reason, it's telling me that it's gonna be running soon. What in the world?
Well, I'm running mine now, so just be on the safe side.
All right, hang on. I'm just gonna refresh my session. Maybe it's just doing. Yeah. All right. Running for the next minute and a half. I'm gonna go to the bathroom while it is running. There we go.
No, okay, that's easily sorted. I love it when I get messages from my phone company saying, your bill is $95 overdue. Oh, well, that'll be paid for tomorrow, so that's fine. Yes? I'm an adult. I need to do finances.
One last can of soda.
The last can.
All right.
I got 50 seconds left on my ad break.
Okay, because mine looks to be done. Man, it's kind of a shame I didn't realize how much fun I was gonna have with
Diablo 2.
with utilizing zeal and vigor.
Yeah. Okay, I'm ready to go.
Any demon who can key on the World Stone can use it for full send portals. It's not the recommended level for fighting him, but Baal himself is level 64. All right, we're good to go?
Yep, good to go.
All right, 3, 2,
3, 2,
1.
1.
Get on it.
Was this cutscene also in the Lord of the Destruction originally?
It was, but it's being it's re-altered.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I thought he was going to use his
Okay.
wings to break it open, like they were tendrils.
No.
Like those are some really wide fucking wings. That's not normal.
Pale, pale, pale.
Do you know what he's saying, Velk?
Nope. I don't speak angelic.
They've changed the scene actually quite a fair bit. All I remember
Yeah.
him doing is just throwing the fucking sword, and that was about it. I don't remember him doing the whole prey thing.
Yeet!
Oh,
Well, I hope he didn't want that back. He's just sitting there like, shit, no, I don't have a sword.
as an
Now how am I
angelic
gonna look?
being, I don't think he ever needed one, but okay.
Oh, he does need Eldruin.
That sword gives him +5 to his charisma. I mean, come on. It's a bitchin' looking sword.
Oh, that's
Yay!
it? That's it?
Yay!
Like, seriously, they just like, oh yes, like they don't even have like an epilogue thing of like, the world will
that's it.
forever
That's fucking
change
it.
by this, and it just shows people like trying to like during like a rising sun or something, and you like it doesn't do like a thing of like, ah yeah, like the rising sun isn't actually from Earth, it's hell or something, and you just see demons just screaming before they run through something.
Oh, that's it. You're just now known as Slayer GrantZeebs.
Cool.
Am I right?
Nice.
And also, it's up to the imagination of the player as to how much things are fucked now.
The aftermath of the World Stone's destruction has caused dangerous tremors. Terrorized game creation unlocked on this difficulty. The fuck is terrorized mean?
Harder difficulties.
Allow zones.
Harder areas.
Okay.
In normal.
And now we can enter into Nightmare, and then there's Hell, and it's like, who cares?
Now you can enter into Nightmare!
That Slayer shows up in the menu too. Okay, hang on. So, exit lobby.
The right says...
Ah, there it is. Slayer. Right there.
Yeah.
Alright.
So here's... Actually, Grant, before we do something, before we do anything else, okay? There's something we have to do.
What do we have to do?
Oh, we can do it offline if you want, but I want to see your reaction to it.
What do we have to do?
Yeah, Velk knows what I'm talking about. That's why
What
we
do we
told you
have
to
to
keep
do?
the leg.
Yeah, you two do it.
okay.
I need to dip out now.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
We can do... Alright, so...
No,
You want to do
guys
this
go
off
ahead and do
stream
it
or
now.
Let's do,
You
no,
wanna
let's
do
do
it
it
off
on
stream or you
stream.
do it?
Let's do it on stream. Him
Okay,
bro,
okay.
same password. I'm just gonna create it. Do we
Okay,
want to do
yeah.
terrorized? Is it needed?
No, we should be fine.
We should be.
Is
Do
it
on
needed?
normal,
I don't
by the
remember.
way.
Sorry, folks. Say that again.
Do it on normal.
Yeah.
Do it on
way
normal.
you-
Yeah.
Yeah. Do it on normal. I'm gonna
Yeah, hang on.
turn off
Oh,
terrorized.
hang on, exit lobby.
I'm gonna create the game.
Okay. Okay, I'm ready. Let me join the game.
All right. Hang on a sec. I just need to put all my charms away.
Okay, so we gotta go. We can do it anywhere, can't we? Or do we have to do it the rogue encampment?
But you have to do it in Act 1.
yeah.
Okay,
It sounds like Velk has to
so-
be here to explain some of this.
No. I
No.
just forgot. I just forgot. So come to the rogue encampment with me, Grant.
And bring Wirt's leg.
No. Just I'm just gonna grab something. I'm just gonna grab some extra stuff.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. So I've got Wart's leg as well, but this is the reason why I'm telling you to keep it. So come here to when you're ready.
Give me a sec. I'm putting stuff back. There. Oh, that's a cool ring. I'm gonna keep that on hand for this fellow over here.
Right on.
And then
You coming?
just give me a moment, please. Gosh.
Oh.
Alright, so do I need to bring anything with me?
No. I've got everything already set up.
Alright, so back to Act 1, back to the rogue encampment.
All right. Now, watch this.
Where are you?
So, with the Herodric cube in hand,
Mm-hmm. Cow?
Hang on, Grant. Let me put this cube back.
Do I need to like quickly change to my 3D VTuber just real quick? Just so then that way there's just like a little bit more expressionism when I do this fucking.
No.
Hang on a second. Let's do this. Let me. All right, chat. It may help. Yeah, cool, awesome. Let me just plug this in, and then.
It's gonna be so fucking funny.
On. Alrighty, chat. Let's get some programs running. All right, ding. Dong, stream, run Vignon. Alright.
I have been dying to show Grant this level ever since we started playing.
So this has been going on for a while, has it? This particular desire?
Yes.
Okay, hang on. So alright, so that's plugged in. It's getting a charge. It's not a very high charge, but any of that. Alright. Alright. And then just you. Go to here. Is Vignon running? One moment, please.
Let me have a look. Let me see if I can see you.
And then...
You're still a PNG at the moment.
Yeah, no, I'm still a PNG. Let me just do the thing. There we go. And then... Move me back over here. Back over there. Alright, so... oh, Jesus. Sorry.
When you're ready. Whenever you're ready, we'll go on in when you're...
Whenever I'm ready.
Yep.
Hey, Artemis!
Whenever.
God damn it! She stole my shirt! I haven't yet got my hands working again. She stole my shirt. God damn it. All right. So to recap, chat. Hi. No longer PNG tuber. So, Code has decided to show me something called the secret cow.
Secret cow level. You ready?
Am I like?
I don't think
you ready?
Do it, sure.
All right. Let's.
Just start exploring, Grant. Just start exploring.
Oh, what the? What?
Moo.
Moo. Moo.
Okay, they're not hitting too hard. Okay. I thought I was gonna instantly die. Is this like with the Oh, they actually dropped some cool stuff.
Yes, they do. They drop really nice stuff.
Oh, 3 Salt Blast Sprite? Yes, please. Yunk, yunk.
Moo.
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 Moo, 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 moo.
Moo.
Okay, this is kind of fun. Oh, it's getting more. Okay, hang on. I need to swap over to. I was able to stand in their whole wave, just taking it all in.
Basically, this is a great area if you want to just grab
Aerial.
crap for a harder difficulty.
Cracked. Chipped. Super mana. I need that.
Full plate. Ethereal.
Yeah, I dropped that instantly. Okay, so... Another
You
chest.
just listen to them as well.
They just say moo.
Yeah, but they
Moo.
do it in conversations.
Moo. Right, okay, I've swapped from using, like, you know, the... Here we go. So wait, could you just, like, farm for, like, the green text in this one?
You absolutely can.
You can, yeah.
And in fact, it's common to farm this place.
Huh. Ooh, super healing.
Especially since they've updated to stop the level from closing as soon as you kill the Cow King.
The who?
Because how it used to work is that if you killed the Cow King, you would never be able to come back here.
Okay, so how do you... Plague Cloud. Hell Bovine. Mana regenerate. So wait, so how do you get back in here? Because, like, Code did the thing.
So you would
Word's
need to...
leg and a town portal.
Yep.
So...
Book of Town portal.
Oh, a Book of Town portal. Okay. And is it a make once and you can use it however many times, or do you have to get a Wurt's leg every time?
Every time.
Every time.
Okay, and you can only get a Wurt's leg like once.
No, you can get it as many times as long as you go back to Tristram each time.
Is it Tristram in the one difficulty, or?
In any.
Yep. In any difficulty.
Okay, no, let me rephrase that. So much like the respecking, how you can only do it once per difficulty, can I go to Tristram on the same difficulty over and over again with the same character?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. You have to keep making new games. Yeah, just open a new multiplayer game and that's it.
Pretty much.
Moo.
Hang on.
Moo. Moo, 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 moo.
It's kind of
Moo.
funny that they have different kinds of moos, though. It's just like, moo, and then moo, and then moo. Moo.
Moo, 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 moo.
But yeah, I'm kind of pleased how well my paladin is actually going through all these cows, though. He's not
Also, I
struggling.
can revive. Also, I can revive the cows.
Oh god.
There we go.
Yep, there they are.
Just gonna start absorbing absorbing all the cows that I can.
Hey! Why am I not allowed to have my cow army?
You know what you did.
Nah, you can have your cows. No,
It's
back to fanaticism.
Code.
I like
It's because
I
there's
like
too
hitting
much at
fast.
stake.
All right, so you're saying there's a cow king around here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do they spawn in the same place, or?
In the same place, or in the same region. You'll know. Just be careful that they don't get into the marijuana patch.
You're making that up.
Why is
No,
that?
because the stakes will never be higher.
No, that's not worth. Okay, I'm guessing because there's like a door here, that there's somewhere around here.
Yes, this is where the Cow King is. In fact, I think you're beating on him.
Oh yeah, I see him with a crown. I see him right there.
There he is.
Got him. Thought it would drop better stuff, but I guess not.
No.
High
The rule was
difficulty is
to-
that he will.
The rule was to never kill him for multiple reasons. Number one,
Oh,
you
yeah,
never
the
have to
orig-
come back here, and number
yeah.
two, his drops stuff.
Yeah. And then they,
So the main thing is this place is basically just an infinite horde of cows coming at you, pretty much.
which I'm gonna be frank with you, is a bit fun to watch and to like just give my paladin something to hit. Like look at
Yeah,
him.
it's fun.
Like look at him. He's actually superior breastplate. So that's a 3 slot, and the superior is 2 slot. Okay. I'll keep to my 3 slot. And oh look, a Grant. I can't pick up the Grand Charm. I will keep this one, the rugged large charm of greed. 20.
Oh, sorry, that was my bad. I opened the portal.
Oh good. Oh good.
It's just a 9 to life if you want it.
Replenish health and fire resistance. Yeah, this is still better.
Just showing Grant this place just to see his reaction, which is worthy enough of all this.
Just I will be frank with you. It was like secret cow level, and I'm like, this sounds ridiculous. This sounds stupid.
Yeah, it is.
This is fun. This is fun. I am.
Sometimes ridiculous is fun.
Yeah, no, I'll give this fun. Like, also, I just like being like in this situation, just being able to see how like well my paladin is able to like, you know, deal with, because these aren't easy hordes from the looks of it, but at the same time it's like it demonstrates his play because it's open field all around. It's great.
Yeah, like I said, normally like higher difficulties, more people you bring in, so on and so forth, can increase the types of loot that do drop in this area.
Okay. Well, thank you for showing this to me, but I'm gonna have to call it here.
No, I kind of figured. Like it was just worth just showing you for the shits and giggles.
I think we killed all the cows, didn't we?
Yeah.
Alrighty then.
Well, probably not, but yeah, I think we did enough. We did enough damage.
Probably did enough damage. So yeah. But yeah, that will be it. Forgive me for this one. Be sure to check paladin shields here.
Yeah.
Noted.
So we've gotten Diablo 2 out of the way now. So next up will be Diablo 3. Valk doesn't want to do Diablo 3.
He hasn't done Diablo.
I will not be joining for Diablo. I won't be joining Diablo 4, but Diablo 3 I will.
Okay. Okay. Well,
that's all right. But Grant and I can do Diablo 4. We're fine with that.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm glad that we were able to get through Diablo 2. And with that, I reckon, because here's the thing. There is someone, I think they're in my friends list, who could maybe join us as a third party for Diablo 3. Do you know?
Ooh, who?
Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. And that's going to be our raid target as well. So
yeah, Blue would be a fun one to have for that.
So yeah, so I reckon what we'll do is we're gonna go raid into Blue Foxy Nicey Icy, and we're gonna go with like a raid message of Are
they streaming? I don't see them streaming.
Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. Yeah, they're streaming. They've been streaming for the last few hours actually. So yeah,
raid on Blue, time for Pretty Princess.
Again. So yeah, we'll go with huzzah, raid on Blue, time for Pretty Princess. Yeah, so we'll go with the raid message. Diablo is defeated again, and then like obviously my follow-up question to him will be like, will you join us for Diablo 3? So that's gonna be the raid message. I hope you'll join in with me. That if you, I will be using my emotes, but you're welcome to use whatever other emotes that you would like. I will just be using mine. Velk, thank you so much for sticking around and helping us out all across Diablo 2. I greatly appreciate it. Code, thank you for collaborating with me and streaming Diablo 2 with me. I greatly appreciate it.
Anytime. I'm excited to do 3 with you when we get the chance.
Nice, nice. All right, I'm gonna hit the start raid because it'll do like a little initial countdown and such. But while that's happening, I just wanted to check in. When's the next time you'll be streaming, Code?
So it will be Tuesday. So this week I was very busy, so I haven't streamed until today. So Tuesday will be the next time with some Final Fantasy 14.
Alrighty then. And Velk, will we see you streaming? I know you don't stream in your own channel, but I have caught you in Geralt Hart's streams while they've been going through UMAD. Do we think we'll see you anywhere?
It depends on if I can ever get my streaming process working again.
Alrighty then. All right.
Understandable.
Fair enough. But yeah.
Well,
for everyone else, thank you for coming along.
Bye for now.
Bye for now.
Yeah.
Bye.
Sorry, mine was running out.
No, that's okay. We're raiding now?
Yeah.
All right.